الحضور الكريم، نرحب بكم في متحف المستقبل وفي ملتقى دبي للذكاء الاصطناعي. أنا بيلا، شخصية افتراضية مطورة بالذكاء الاصطناعي، ويسعدني أن أرافقكم على مدار اليومين خلال فعاليات الملتقى. Dear guests, welcome to the Museum of the Future and the Dubai Assembly for Generative AI. I am Bella, your virtual AI guide throughout the two-day event. الآن أترككم مع الكلمة الافتتاحية لسعادة خلفان بالهول، الرئيس التنفيذي لمؤسسة دبي للمستقبل. Now, a keynote.
Extremely honored to have you all here with us, a very diverse group, which I think I met many of you yesterday at the gala dinner, so I don't want to repeat the message of yesterday, but we're so honored and proud to have you all here with us today, a very diverse set of people. But that's like I said yesterday, the secret sauce of the UAE. 90% of this community is the expat community. More than 200 nationalities live here. And this is what makes this country a collaborative and an inclusive country that creates a better future for everyone. I'll maybe focus on the word assembly for a bit before we jump into this year's topic. So when the Dubai Future Foundation was announced by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid around 6 years ago, his message was that we need to institutionalize future foresight. And we need to come up with ways on how we can set a standard in foresight thinking and create an example for the world. And it shouldn't be confined for delegates of an event in Dubai, but it should be for the rest of the world. So we came up with different ways in creating convenings that will help us understand the future more. So one of our flagship events is the Dubai Future Forum. Not this one, but an annual future gathering that talks about every future relevant topic, the rest of the world, and with top futurists. But then we said, how can we come up with a tool or a gathering that is really a subject matter gathering that's very important for the world, something that affects us all. So we said we will come up with the assembly, which we inaugurated last year. And last year's topic was the metaverse. It caught us by a storm, and everyone didn't understand metaverse. But if you go back 6 or 8 years ago when blockchain came out, no one had a clue what blockchain, and now we see many blockchain companies set up here in Dubai. So the idea is really to understand it with experts from all over the world. So the product, the assembly, was announced. And this year's topic is obviously something else that caught us by a storm. And you'll see through the presentation that we haven't even scratched the surface in understanding the impact of generative AI. So this year, we'd like to welcome you all, and without you, we will not be able to accomplish what needs to be accomplished in order to regulate and understand artificial intelligence, and especially large language models and generative AI. So let's go through a journey on what we've tried to do throughout the understanding the GenAI experience. Those are a few images that the internal team here at DFF had played around to understand how can GenAI help us. So this is a picture of the late founding father of the Emirate of Dubai, His Sheikh Rashid bin Saeed Al Maktoum. We've asked GenAI to expand this picture and imagine with us how will it look. And this is what we've gotten from GenAI. Next, another picture of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Prime Minister and ruler of Dubai, with his son, the Crown Prince Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, who is the chairman of Dubai Future Foundation, of course, the chairman of the Executive Council and the Crown Prince of Dubai, like I said. We asked AI to expand this, and it created a bigger scene for us, adapting to the car models, as you can see, of the generational development of motor vehicles, to kind of help us imagine how this picture would look like. Another picture of His Highness sitting in a garden, very confined, asking AI to help us a bit, created a much better imagination. And like I said, this is only the beginning of how AI can really help us elaborate. And those are only internal efforts that we have tried internally as a team to experience with GenAI. Let's maybe expand globally and see what the world has done so far. I think everyone knows this man. I know His Excellency Abdullah al-Basti is a big fan. I wish he was an Arsenal fan, but hopefully one day he will be. So Messi obviously speaks Spanish. Now, everyone wants to, and he's persistent, he always speaks Spanish. So the world and the AI technology helped us develop something where we can understand Leo Messi.
Hey Daniel, what's up? My friend Kai has invited us to watch the big game on Wednesday. I hope I can make it. If I can't be there, enjoy the game. And don't forget to bring the snacks. Ciao.
So that's another example of how artificial intelligence can help us. Another sporting event. This is more or less self-explanatory, so I'll just leave you with the explanation on the video and we'll connect again.
Le centre entré. Oh, le centre d'ailleurs. Ah, la tête piquée. Oh, quelle est superbe. Elle est belle cette équipe. Ouais, c'est ça, le football qu'on aime. C'est ça, les Bleus qu'on aime.
So this video has shown you how much you can really elaborate on different imaginations and create different experiences with them using this technology. Now, I'd love for you all, like I said, this is just the beginning and we haven't even scratched the surface. So I'd love for you all to imagine one thing with me. Just imagine. Imagine we infuse GenAI with robotics and quantum computing. Just imagine. The fastest computers in the world with robots and with artificial intelligence. What will happen when you have those three things together? Hopefully, it's still not there yet, so you can sleep now, my friend. But the idea here is that you will have those 3 points or components plugged in together, and we will probably have the biggest powerhouse in the world that we really need to manage. Part of our understanding and our foresight that artificial intelligence will compete with the smartest people around the world by 2040. So not only will give us analytics, but also compete with the smartest people around the world. So what are we going to do about that? Another clip of a futurist that we probably all know. I'm not sure how many of you watched Friends in the past, but I'll leave you with this clip and you'll believe that Ross was actually a futurist.
By the year 2030, there'll be computers that can carry out the same amount of functions as an actual human brain. So theoretically, you could download your thoughts and memories into this computer and live forever as a machine.
Okay, so we're all laughing, but the guy was close to reality. Because when you look at this, 2050, human brains or computerized brains could potentially live forever as brains, downloading all those data. So understanding the way people think can literally last forever. So Ross was a futurist back then. By 2050, robotics will even start giving us emotional support. So imagine to what level. This is something that we talk about right now as something fiction. It's like a conversation that Ross had 30 or 40 years ago, or maybe less than that. We are close to that, and this can come to reality that those robots will actually have emotional conversations and understand it to an extent that they can give us that emotional support. So we need to be ready for that. A glimpse on maybe the major sectors that will be activated and catalyzed by artificial intelligence. As we know, banking, software, energy, media will definitely be penetrated using GenAI. And health, of course. Economy-wise, on an annual basis, expectation of 4 trillion growth in the GenAI impact on the economy, what our economy is going to do about that is something that we really need to also take into consideration. Now, the question, again, like I said, is are we ready for all this? Our view, the biggest challenge, like all the challenges of the fourth industrial revolutions and all the, even if you look at the pandemic, one of the biggest challenges in the pandemic is the world wasn't united to resolve that. Thankfully, in this country, we were super fast in lockdown, super fast in vaccination and opening up, and set an example for the world. But we said yesterday, one hand doesn't clap. We need the global unity to resolve big matters. This is a big matter. This is one of the big matters. And we need to really work hand in hand. And this is a big gap that we need to address going forward. Some countries, of course, are advancing, and some countries are setting examples, but we need joint alliances and forces for us to really come up with the best regulations to achieve that. As we know, countries like Iceland are working on language systems, and they are disseminating them to set an example for the world. Japan, for example, is analyzing government statistics. And those are two examples. And here in Dubai, I mean, we have leadership that set up entities that are literally sandboxes to try out new ideas and new things with the courage to accept failure. And this is probably the most important message that we get from our leadership. How can we create an ecosystem that accepts failure in a risk-mitigated way, creates sandboxes, works collaboratively with everyone around the world, and then pilot projects and have decision makers accessible to the leaders that are working on those projects, to the extent that you can actually make decisions through messages and WhatsApps at sometimes to ensure that you really define the gap or mitigate the gap between the advancement of technology and the regulation. The gap will always be there. It's how much you can close or narrow that gap between policies and the advancement of technology. Because if the technology is advanced today and you create your policies, 2 weeks from now that technology had changed and you need to catch up with it and ensure that you are agile and fast, and it needs agile governments and quick decision making. And this is what we're blessed with here in the United Arab Emirates. Like I said, we have access all the way to the cabinet at a federal level and the executive council at a local level to ensure that those policies are changed swiftly and fast to align with the advancements of those robotics and beyond. Other efforts that have been done here in the UAE is the launch of the Center for Artificial Intelligence through the Dubai Future Foundation. It's a center that gathers entrepreneurs, venture capitalists, the academia, the private sector, and the government. They work hand in hand, incubators, accelerators, and that's the whole idea, is really to bridge the gap between innovators, investors, overseen directly by His Highness Sheikh Hamdan, to ensure that we really, like I said, shorten that gap and create hope for entrepreneurs to advance technologies in the fastest way possible. Our view is, of course, in the future, and I'll be very quick with this, but this is a view of the Dubai Future Foundation where we see GenAI going. We believe GenAI will have a great impact in regenerating our ecosystem, whether it comes to climate change and decision-making around the world. If deployed in the right way, it will surely have a big say in regenerating our ecosystems. Excuse me. We look at, we can imagine the GenAI system as a system of systems. What does that mean? We believe that it will aggregate all the data and give us sophisticated, advanced advice to ensure that we make the right decisions going forward. But again, if applied in the right way. So this takes us to today's convening, the Dubai Assembly for Generative AI. What are we going to discuss today? Most importantly, the idea is to come up with outcomes and tangible outcomes. So the idea is to come up with some kind of an alliance with different partners from all over the world, an alliance with clear, tangible outcomes of what needs to be done. So our intention is to continue those conversations, but come up with an alliance that also produces tangible results. There will be sector deep dives. focusing on, like I said, the sectors that have been mentioned earlier. And with the expertise that we have here in the room, we'll hopefully be able to come up with tangible results. Excuse me. We'll, of course, tap into regulation. Regulation is extremely important. We need to understand how can we regulate something as big as GenAI, and we need policymakers, we need students, we need entrepreneurs, like I said, and we need the private sector to understand what policies need to be set. But we need to get started, and we need to get started now. We look at the dark side. We look at what are the challenges. We understand the risk that can come up from artificial intelligence. How can we, like I said, mitigate those risks and create a positive growth pathway for artificial intelligence? And we need all your support in that. One of the biggest risks of AI is what will it do to our creativity? This is extremely important. How will humanity adapt from a creativity standpoint if something like GenAI will take over all the analytical and decision-making processes? Where will we be creative? What will we be doing? Again, the fourth wave of entrepreneurship, the enablement of entrepreneurs, the new entrepreneurs in GenAI. How can we help them scale up? How can we give them hope to work with government agencies? How can we give them access to venture capital deployment? How can we help them grow? How can we accelerate their ideas so they can become something positive for artificial intelligence? This is something maybe easier said than done, but entrepreneurs are very ambitious. They need to move fast. They have very high burn rates. They need investment. And we need all those components to be the catalytical movement for them. So we need to also discuss this in the sessions that will be happening today. Lastly but not least, before thanking everyone, I want to reiterate the importance of this session. I want to reiterate the importance of this conversation. It's not only talk, it's talk with action, it's collaboration with everyone, and it's really understanding the space. And like I said, we cannot do it without all your support here, and we cannot appreciate enough the level of conversations and discussions that we are getting from this assembly. And last, we couldn't leave without having some AI involved in my conversation today, so we've asked artificial intelligence to listen to me as I speak and come up with an illustration that God knows how it will look, but we'll give it a shot, and we'll see how it looks. Okay, so trying to extract what I see from this image, I'm imagining that the blue beam around this is maybe the AI. I've mentioned climate, so we see a greener world. I mentioned futuristic Dubai, so we see a futuristic city. Not quite sure what that balloon on the top is, but I think AI is getting there, but try to understand what we are doing. This is the positive note on AI. And again, the last part of my conversation will be the risks of AI. So we said, what if robotics, quantum compute, and GenAI, what if they unite, and they unite strongly? Some people say that the human will always prevail. Some people say. What does that mean? It means that no matter how advanced this robot is, the human will simply go and switch it off. But I leave you with one last thought. What if this robot, because of quantum computing and artificial intelligence, became so smart that it will stop you from turning it off? I'll leave you with that thought, and I think it understood me. Enjoy your evening. Thank you. وبين هناك.
السيدات والسادة، الآن مع كلمة رئيسية يقدمها السيد علي دلول، نائب الرئيس لمنصة مايكروسوفت Azure AI. Ladies and gentlemen, a keynote by Ali Dalul, Vice President of Azure AI, Microsoft, is going to start now. Kindly be seated.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. What an honor to be here and a pleasure to talk to you today about our vision for one of the most transformative technologies ever invented by humans in one of the most vibrant cities and transformative countries the world is seeing today, in one of the most modern, iconic buildings I have ever seen. Every time I come to Dubai, it just warms my heart. It really is an incredible place, and I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today about, the power of AI. It is important, before we embark on talking about how the future could look like, to understand where we come from. I joined Microsoft 25 years ago. I actually was one of the co-founders of Microsoft Middle East and Africa, and I left a very long time ago, but every time I come back to the region, it just inspires me to see how much greater change has happened. We were founded on a mission when I joined of a PC on every desk and in every home. It may sound very uninspiring to a lot of people in the audience today, especially the young generation, my kids included, who are like, really? Yes, we were founded in an analog era, during the hardware era, on the magic and the promise of software. Nobody believed in that. Fast forward to where we are today, we are a company that operates globally in every region and transformed the world. But we are embarking on a completely new paradigm shift today. We will talk about that. It is important to understand that when we embark on these transformative technologies, we have to be guided by a bigger mission. Just as this great country is. We have to be guided by a set of values and principles. And today our mission is really about empowering every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. Fundamentally, that is what AI does. AI is about augmenting human productivity and catalyzing creativity. It's no less transformative than what the industrial age did to mechanizing labor. AI will be the lever that scales human cognitive intellectual abilities to unprecedented heights. However, it is very important that we talk about these things responsibly and have a proper dialogue. And building on this mission, and a very hard act to follow from His Excellency, but I actually did challenge my team to use AI and to look at how we break down the language barriers, because to communicate is fundamentally human. Language is the most important trait that distinguishes humans from every other creature. And I firmly believe when you bridge cultural barriers through language, which is the essence of our social, cultural, and political systems around the world, you drive a more prosperous future, a more harmonious future for the world. So let's see. This is Deb and my team, and I asked her to record a message in Arabic, and she was bewildered.
Hi, I'm Deb Adioba. I'm part of the Azure AI Platform Customer Experience Engineering team, and I'm currently located in Redmond, Washington. I've never been to Dubai, but I would absolutely love to experience its vibrant culture and breathtaking landscape someday. I would also love to talk to the great people of Dubai, but I don't speak Arabic. My native language is US English. But thanks to the Azure Custom Neural Voice cross-lingual feature, I'm now able to speak fluent Arabic. It's truly amazing. We created my Arabic voice using 500 sentences of spoken US English. Through the magic of transfer learning, our cross-lingual feature was able to develop my Arabic voice with the correct accents and intonations to communicate effectively in Arabic.
السيد صاحب السمو الشيخ حمدان بن محمد بن راشد آل المكتوم ولي عهد دبي رئيس المجلس التنفيذي، سعادة وزير الذكاء الاصطناعي معالي عمر سلطان العلماء، سعادة رئيس مجلس أمناء مؤسسة دبي للمستقبل، الجمعية العامة للذكاء الاصطناعي التوليدي. السادة الحضور، نود أن نرحب بكم ونشكركم على دعوتكم الكريمة وعلى جهودكم المستمرة في تطوير وتحديث حياة مواطني ومقيمي دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. نحن فخورون بالشراكة التي استمرت ل30 عاماً بين مايكروسوفت والإمارات العربية المتحدة. هذه الشراكة ساهمت في تطوير الابتكارات التقنية والبرامج التعليمية والأبحاث في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي وغيرها. نأمل أن يستفيد الجميع من هذا الملتقى لتبادل المعرفة والخبرات والأفكار حول كيفية استخدام التقنية لتحقيق التغيير الإيجابي في مجالات الحياة المختلفة. السادة الحضور، نحن نشهد اليوم لحظة تاريخية في تاريخ البشرية، لحظة تحول في كل جانب من جوانب الحياة بفضل القفزات الحديثة في التكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي. نحن ملتزمون بتعزيز وتطوير استثماراتنا في هذا المجال لدعم رفاهية شعب ودولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. هذه اللحظة التاريخية تشهد على تحول جذري في حياتنا، وتعزز أهمية التزامنا بمضاعفة وتطوير استثماراتنا في هذا المجال، وهو ما نحن بصدده.
While I cannot beat Messi, but you can see the pronunciation, the intonation, the Arabic vowels, the Arabic diacritics are all pretty much correct. We support 460 voices in 140 languages, and we can even train in some of our research with 3 seconds of audio. This is what it means to be able to communicate, across languages, across boundaries. But the world is changing at a very rapid pace. There is no industry today that is not being disrupted. There is no country that's not being disrupted. UAE, Dubai is always on the brink of change and to stay ahead of that. The global macroeconomic changes, the forces that are shaping our society are driving tremendous disruption. And technology today is really at an inflection point. We are at the point of the next wave of computing. For those of you here who have been in the industry for a long time, we owe the modern world to the invention of the transistor. So the transistor, along with the integrated circuit, created the modern world we're in today, followed by mainframes, client-server computing, the PC revolution, the internet, the web, mobile, cloud, and today we are in the AI era, and we're going to talk about why it is truly the AI era. There are 3 fundamental forces driving this change. The first is data. You may have heard the word data is the new oil, data is oxygen. That is clearly a fact. There is no AI without data. However, data has been expensive and is not high quality. Today, the marginal economic cost of acquiring data is almost 0. To create is to be human. We create, we communicate, we generate. Hence, generative AI as well is really deeply human. And we can acquire data at unprecedented lower cost, higher value than ever in any time in history of mankind. That's the first driver. The second, which doesn't get a lot of attention, is compute. For those of you who are more in the technical domain, if you measure the human brain's calculations per second, our ability today in the most amazing organ in the universe known to man, we can calculate 10 to the power of 17, 10 to the power 18 calculations per second. For the technically oriented, that's like 1 exaflop. We exceed that by leaps and bounds in compute today. You take massive data and you take massive compute, and then you add the last leg of it, which is what generative AI is about. Foundation models with transformer deep learning architectures. And you start seeing some of the magic that His Excellency presented, and we're going to talk more about it. This is a picture. Let's talk about compute because data is a given. This is a picture of one of the data centers we are currently building right outside of France. If you just look at the scale, this is about 1 to 2 square miles in size. We are building 100 of these a year. This is the equivalent of building the railroad, the modern electrical grid, the modern highway system, the modern communication network of the world. This is the importance of hyperscale infrastructure for training and inferencing AI and delivering foundational infrastructure for the world. And we are proud to say we are expanding those DCs even in the UAE as we speak, and we have already committed to that. But this is the amount of compute and CapEx investment you need. It's non-trivial. It's the same way of saying you have airplanes, you don't have airports. It's the same way as saying you have trains, you don't have railroads. You have to have the foundations. Foundational models are transforming AI. AI is not new. If you're an AI practitioner in this room, you know that we come from the left side of the screen. AI has been here for 70 years. It started in the 1940s with the US government trying to use translation during the Allied Wars. And it continued. We went through its own dark winter. And then, in the 90s, we had breakthroughs in machine learning. And then in the 2000s, we had breakthroughs in deep learning. And really, in the past 10 years is where the hypothesis of what's called, multimodality, multitask AI became a reality. But the most important 2 takeaways from this slide is really, this is more of a merge than a shift. It's a fallacy to think generative AI is going to solve every use case and every problem. It won't. Generative AI works really well on unstructured data. It works really well with text, image, and language. It doesn't work with structured data, it doesn't work with transactional data, it doesn't work with numbers and mathematics. You still need traditional AI. It doesn't work with speech, you still have traditional AI, as an example. But fundamentally, the shift is no less than on-prem to cloud computing. Why? Because the entire economics of the industry have changed. The left side of the screen, Microsoft and a couple of other companies in the world can afford it. That's how expensive it is to build traditional AI and build platforms. The right side of the screen is equally expensive because of what I explained on compute, but it democratizes the entire access. So just like companies that were born in the cloud, Uber, Airbnb, Netflix, with a swipe of a credit card, for pennies on the dollar, they were able to build companies with supercomputing that was not available unless you were a federal government or a national corporate. Today, you have the entirety of human knowledge at your fingertips on any connected device, anywhere in the world. A developer in the UAE, a developer in rural India, a developer in Egypt can build the most advanced AI in the world. It is that fundamental of a shift in the industry economics and the democratization of access. This is what we are talking about. This is the holy grail if you're in computer science, if you're into building any product in the world. The most important fundamental shift is the interaction model first, and the reasoning behind it second. When people talk about the iPhone moment, what made the iPhone so revolutionary with the late Steve Jobs? It's how easy it was for somebody like my mother, who was in her 70s, doesn't know anything about technology, to actually use a device as sophisticated, as complex as an iPhone. Well, what I am telling you is actually we are leaps and bounds beyond the iPhone, because you are now able to communicate with the most sophisticated technology on the planet, ever created by humans, with the same language I am talking to you today here on stage. The most important programming language in the world today is not Python, it's not Java, it's not C++, it is English. If you can speak the way I'm talking to you on this stage, you can program any computer today. You can tell it to do whatever you want, you can build any website, and you can try it. You don't have to take my word for it. That is when we say you're able to communicate with any device, with any technology, naturally, with your own language. And if you add our cross-lingual interaction model, you can communicate in your own native language as well. The second is the reasoning engine. Never in the history of technology have we had the ability to deliver what historically has been in the domain of human beings. And you see that in the results. This is GPT-4, Azure OpenAI GPT-4, out of the box, zero shot, non-fine-tuned, non-trained, non-customized academic results. I was delivering a speech to MIT last week, and I actually asked the MIT people there, would these scores admit my son to MIT? And they couldn't believe it. We are still in the first inning. We are still 10 months old in generative AI. This is the kind of performance you are getting in the reasoning side of the interaction model. So, when you look at the virality and the spread of diffusion of technology, it is more profound than anything we have ever seen in human nature. When I spoke about the internet and the mobile wave, it took 16 years to get to 100 million users. It took 3 months for ChatGPT to get to 100 million users. For those of you who are developers, if you've ever used GitHub, which is our global open source community, that is, if you're a techie, that is where you want to be published. It typically takes a couple of years, maybe sometimes 4 years, to get to 10,000 reviews on GitHub and 5 stars. Today, with GPT-4, we went to 10,000 reviews with 5 stars in 1.5 days. This level of diffusion is unprecedented. It is unprecedented in human history. It spreads in a way that you cannot neglect it. So, how can Microsoft help, and what is our vision? Now, with that as a context, we talk about the AI-powered organization. There are 3 pillars to an AI-powered organization. It starts with the foundational infrastructure of productivity. You layer that with AI and automation, and then you build a high-performance organization. Foundational productivity means you're able to have a global, scalable, secure infrastructure that can span the globe to deliver your services, and that is our supercomputer, the Microsoft Cloud, that covers a variety of different solutions and areas. And that is foundational to allow you to be able to build technologies from the infrastructure to the data platform, to the application layer, to the device securely and scalably. It's also important to add AI. Today, when we look at our World Work Index, which is a survey that Microsoft conducts globally, 49% of people are afraid that AI is going to take their job. 49%. When we explain to them what AI can do, 70% will say, I want AI. Why is that? Because 63% of employees in organizations today are suffering from what we call the digital debt. Raise your hand if you're not overwhelmed by text, email, chat, WhatsApp, and everything else in your life. Great, I'm one of them. So, when you have that much of digital debt, that means 57% of your employees in an organization are unproductive. They just have no time to do their job. They're not creative. They don't have the energy. I arrived last night. I was working on this presentation. I missed the gala dinner. I apologize. I'm a bit jet lagged, but I still think the coffee is great. And nonetheless, I still cannot keep up working around the clock. So what we did is we created what are called the co-pilots. And co-pilots for your organization, but co-pilots for every role in your organization. And co-pilot is not just a nice, catchy name. It is fundamentally a product development philosophy and strategy. It is about a human-centric approach to AI and not an AI-centric approach to development. The human is the pilot. This is an AI assistant. So when we look at the most powerful productivity suite on the planet, Microsoft 365, and we look at the power of generative AI and large language models, and we look at the power of the Microsoft Graph, where you store a lot of your files, and the ecosystem of Microsoft 365 applications. And then you bring in the internet to address the recency and referential integrity issues in LLMs. You transform the entire paradigm of productivity. But as I said earlier, it is fundamentally important that we do this in a secure way, in a compliant way, in a private way, and in a responsible AI way. Your data is always secure. It's encrypted at state, in transit. Microsoft doesn't see your data. Microsoft doesn't train on your data. So let me introduce the Microsoft Copilot chat, and to show you an example of where you can pay down the digital debt.
Introducing Microsoft 365 Chat, a powerful new capability in Microsoft 365 to solve your most complex problems at work. Let's say you're a marketer at a national chain of home improvement stores, and you need to get the latest on the store opening. You start your day with Copilot, asking what's hot in your inbox today. It does some thinking and gives you an overview of the most pressing items. Great. Looks like the new store opening plans could use your attention. Let's dive in deeper there. Copilot combs through all your recent emails, chats, documents, and meetings, whether you attended them or not, to get you up to speed in moments. It didn't just summarize a single document, it knew what sources to pull from and what information to extract from each. Next, you need to do some market research. Let's say you want some details on square footage and the proximity of competitors to your new location. M365 Chat scours the web, and within seconds, it finds everything you're looking for. And it includes references, so you can easily fact-check the results. You're curious, how does this stack up against the other stores you opened in the past year? Copilot figures out which stores you mean, crunches the numbers, and gives you the answer. Next on your to-do list, finalize the date and speaker for the opening event. You missed the last meeting, and this might have come up in the conversation. Copilot's got you covered, getting you up to speed in seconds. Looks like it was a dynamic discussion, and it's your responsibility to make the final decision. To do that, you need to understand all the factors at play, including the implications they have on your grand opening timeline. Copilot extracts the relevant details and puts them in an organized table, which helps bring the full picture into view. You're not seeing a clear answer, so you ask it to recommend the best date and speaker based on the constraints discussed. It not only understands the constraints, it thinks through the options to help solve your problem. There you go. Now you have a clear recommendation, so you can make the call and notify the team. Now that you've got your opening date, you've got to get the customers excited. Time to write a blog post. You point Copilot to the right files and ask it to pick the top 5 things and make them prominent. Here it goes. Give it a moment. Okay, now you've got a blog post. This store will be the first to unveil your new home improvement concierge service, and you need a catchy tagline. Let's generate some options. This is great for when you've got a case of writer's block. Here we go. These look pretty good. You want to add a blurb on the new store manager and highlight their impressive retail experience. Copilot pulls the information from LinkedIn and puts it in the blog for you. The opening is just around the corner, and you've got to send an email to get the team ready. Now, one of the amazing things about Copilot is you don't need to worry about things like punctuation, spelling, or being super structured in your prompt. You can just give it a total brain dump, as you can see here. And what you'll find is the more context you give it, the better the results. There was a great quote in the store walkthrough video that you want to include, but you don't remember where you last saw it or have time to search for it, let alone rewatch it to find the quote. Based on your quick description, Copilot can find the exact video you're thinking of, extract the quote you wanted, and plugs both the quote and the video into your email. Let's hop over to Outlook to refine the email. So you like the draft, but it doesn't sound like you. Introducing Sound Like Me in Outlook. Now Copilot can personalize any email to match your unique style and voice. It even gets the subtle details right, like how you sign your emails. M365 Chat is a whole new way to work.
So, in the AI era, this is what it looks like in terms of having an AI assistant that helps you do your job better every day. Truly is remarkable how much productivity we're going to gain, going forward, as human beings. But it's not enough to give you just copilots, because as I've seen with the great innovation in Dubai, you also want to build your own applications. We empower you with the most comprehensive AI platform and suite of tools and services in the world to build your own applications and to extend that through different partners. With our new AI studio, you can build generative AI applications, models, and classical traditional AI from scratch. We even include built-in responsible AI, safety standards, evaluation data, scoring of your models, visual prompting, complete templates. We support open source models, bring your own model. We even host a lot of the UAE Falcon models inside Azure ML, all built in, all available to you actually for free. We just charge for compute. There is no user license, as an example. We further complement that with the Copilot stack. If you want to build your own Copilot, you don't have to buy the Microsoft 365 Copilot. You can have your own Copilot. We want you to have the fastest time to market and time to value with an entire stack. But even that may not be enough. We extend that through an ecosystem. Even the M365 Copilot chat, you can integrate a plugin. You want to book a travel ticket, I'm flying to Dubai, I can plug in Amadeus, I can plug in Expedia, I can plug in any of the plugins. And when you take our platform with the stack, with the ecosystem, that is the AI advantage that Microsoft delivers to you. In closing, I want to say two more things. One is we are embarking on a transformative but very exciting future. It will reshape industries. It will reshape medicine. It will reshape sustainable energy. It will reshape, how we work, how we communicate in very fundamental ways. But there's also a dark side to this technology. It is something we worry about every day. We worry about at every level, at the policy level, at the tool level, at the engineering level. So we embrace a very comprehensive governance structure, and we are principle-based and value-based in our approach. Satya, our CEO, says privacy is a human right. Your data is fundamentally yours. We do not touch your data. We don't train on your data. We want to make sure these models are fair. The last thing you want is to go to a doctor and a computer vision model misdiagnoses you because your skin color is different than what it's been trained on. The last thing you want is a safety model inside a factory that doesn't understand the difference between somebody on a wheelchair and somebody who is walking, and then that person gets hurt. These are not trivial things. It's one thing to say you want to work with a startup. It's a whole different thing to understand the level of depth of R&D that has to be done to deliver at this level and to deliver with this promise, because Microsoft operates on that level of trust. A lot of people ask me, what do I do? How do I become an AI-powered organization? I first say, understand what your goals are. Do a stock taking, understand what AI does and doesn't do very well. AI is not the solution to everything, but it is fundamentally transformative. Understand your data strategy. But more importantly, understand that countries that win are countries that are leader-led first. Even Microsoft, a fundamentally deep technology company, do not think our transformation was easy. Do not think we are at this point in time because this happened the past 10 months. No. We have been doing AI research since 1990. We have been investing in transformation every year for the past 5 years. Our own classical ML team still resists generative AI because they think, what do you mean you don't need a data scientist anymore? Satya Nadella, our CEO, had to lead the transformation. We had what's called AI 365 reviews every single month to drive the governance, to transform, to bring the company together. Data-driven culture, experimentation, new A/B testing, having informed principle-based decisions, and then willingness to change, embracing change, having the growth mindset. I hope this was helpful and a start of a conversation. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity today. Very inspiring to be here in Dubai. Thank you very much.
الحضور الكريم، ستبدأ الجلسة الحوارية التالية الآن. تستضيف الجلسة السيد ستيفن أندرسون والسيد علي حسيني من شركة PwC، وتديرها السيدة جين ويثرسبون، إعلامية من شبكة يورو نيوز. Ladies and gentlemen, now a panel session hosting Stephen Anderson and Ali Hosseini from PwC, moderated by Jane Witherspoon from Euronews, is to start now.
Our gentlemen keeping you on your toes already, where they're just going to confuse you with the photographs behind them. Ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, what an absolute pleasure to be here with you today at the Dubai Assembly for Generative AI. What a fantastic start we've had with our opening addresses and speeches. As we've heard, GenAI is rapidly becoming a transformative force across industries, heralding a new era of innovation, efficiency, and productivity. And in this session, we will discuss the impact on the workforce and the operating model of an organization, and what can be the adoption strategy. So as was introduced, I'm Jane Witherspoon. I'm the Bureau Chief for Euronews Middle East, and it's my pleasure to be on this panel with Stephen Anderson, Partner Middle East Strategy Leader at PwC, and on the end, Ali Hosseini, Chief Digital Officer, Partner, PwC Middle East. So before we deep dive, the gentlemen have a little something prepared for you. So over to you both.
Yeah, great. Maybe a quick intro.
Yes,
just
absolutely.
to kick us off. We'll just kick off with a quick. So thanks, Jane, for that introduction. Stephen Anderson, been with the firm for PwC for the last 28 years. 31 years ago, as part of my maths degree, I did a module on neural networks. And I'll be very open and say I almost flunked it and felt that would be a really important thing to get into. Roll forward after time in London, New York on global roles, now here in the region as the strategy leader. My role is looking at, part of that is looking at what's the cutting edge technology that's out there that we can take to market and change the way we work. I set up 8 years ago here in Dubai an MTech team, specifically looking at disrupting what we're doing and pulling all these things together. So we've been working in AI for quite some time. And I think I'll say, you know, in that career, having gone through the Asian crisis, the dot-com boom, the global financial crisis, the oil crash here, the promise of MTech for many years, and then COVID, I think I'd make the point that this GenAI and the promise of AGI is without a doubt the most disruptive thing I've seen in my career. We predicted 6 years ago that it would have a $15 trillion impact on the economy. Wow. As always, when you think these things go out, actually I think we underestimated it, and this is now happening here today. Ali.
Thank you, Steve. I've got a different background to Steve, so I actually study software engineering and image processing, which is probably the first generation of kind of AI 2 decades ago, actually. And currently in the firm, I lead the digital and technology, and recently basically started the whole GenAI Center of Excellence, and currently leading the transformation for our firm here in the Middle East and helping customers as well.
Fantastic. So what we thought we'd do, Jane, as you said, I guess I'll make the point that robots and AI may not replace humans straight away, yet.
As an MC, I've been replaced already, so I'm out of a job after this.
That's right. I also have an avatar of myself that might be replacing me as well at the team that we're working on. I will just say, so what we thought we'd do, rather than talk about it, how this may happen, is actually let's get in and actually demo it and see it in action. What Ali and I did for our team, obviously we work a lot with many clients, and we could show you lots of different things, but we thought, how do we best bring this to life? Everything you see in this session is available today. It can happen today. It's all the tools that work today. We said to our team, we want to kind of go to market during a panel.
Sure.
Okay, can we go to market during a panel? If we have an idea, can we change this idea and go to market during the panel? Now, typically on a go-to-market strategy, and we said we want to launch an EV company, an EV rental company in Dubai. Okay, so typically when you do that, we'll go through a 3-phase process. So we'll go through the imagine phase, where we'll think about what the business strategy is, do a market assessment, think about what the value proposition is. In the first phase, that might take us a few days, a few weeks to pull together. Secondly, we'll then get into design. So we might want to design the product, think about what the website might look like, think about the social media assets, think about the marketing campaign, think about the launch. And then we'll get into a build phase, where we'll then, obviously that will take a few more months around building the stack, etc. So we set ourselves a little task of, rather than talking about this for a long time, why don't we see that in action? I'm going to pass to Ali, and he's going to take you through how we can go to market in about 16, 17 minutes.
16, 17 minutes. We picked
15 minutes.
Absolutely. Thank you. Actually, all of the tools and most of the video that we've done is for the things that are available today. So this is not the futuristic sort of aspect of it. Reality is, if you want to do this work, when you're talking about the imagine, design, and build, it's going to go anything from days to weeks to months. And the whole idea is how we can actually use a set of tools and using prompts, English prompt, which is probably the most important communication or language today with the machines. Okay, so the first is, actually, I'm going to stand up. It's much easier this way. To use a tool, which is a board mix, to basically put a prompt and say, I want to set up a rental company, car rental company, and please tell me all this stuff that I need to think of up front. Right? And it's just a prompt, and it gives me the least of everything in terms of the planning, designing, and the implementation, all the assessment. I mean, the tool is great. You can click and it tells you a lot about it. But now I've got an idea in terms of where I need to start. Okay, then I'm going to use ChatGPT, and I'm trying to do some market research. And actually say, okay, well, tell me about my competition. Who are the top 10? What's the market size? What kind of offering? And the different revenue streams that I'm going to have, okay? So there was a concern about ChatGPT data not being basically updated, but with the new plugins that they're putting a few weeks back, that is Bing, it gives you a full assessment, and it also gives you the reference point in terms of where you got that data in the internet. So this has changed significantly.
So Ali, just basically with 2 prompts. So the first one, you obviously used board mix on that first piece, and that set up basically, what do I need to do to pull a strategy together?
Yep.
Bang, it's told you. And then you've come on and said, right, I want to understand the market assessment. ChatGPT Bing with its new plugin. Bang, you've got a market assessment.
Yeah, it's got all the data. I've done the work of lots of analysts, and I give you the data in that plane. I mean, the other one that we ask is basically, give us the pricing that it's being offered by the competition. So if I want to go to market, what should be the entry point from the pricing perspective? So it does all the analysis and give me the list, and he said, this is what it is. I mean, if you want to do this work yourself, it's going to take weeks. And we're not talking about a massive amount of, let's say, we're talking about massive amount of data being processed and with purely a prompt. So they do the price analysis, right? Let's say we wanted to build an investor pitch because we want to raise some fund, okay? So we use another tool called Gamma. You go there, you pick a presentation that you want, you give it a topic, which area you wanted to cover, introduction, value proposition of the electric vehicle, car rental versus traditional car rental, the customer experience because I want to do it on mobile and web, marketing strategy, choose a template that I liked, and bang. Is doing a presentation for me. Now, one of the things that people ask is, okay, is it a finished product? No, it's not. It's always a good starting point that you wanted to take it to the next level. But the reality is, if I don't know anything, now I can actually be a strategist, market analyst, a consultant, and putting PowerPoint together now, I'm going to basically export it to PowerPoint, and I can edit it, update it, do whatever I want with it, with a good quality, right?
So Ali, just to be clear, you've just created a full investor deck with 1 prompt.
Yes.
No fudging of that? Nothing going on behind the scenes?
Nothing. No, basically this is pretty much what we got with 1 prompt. Now, I want the logo, I want some digital asset for my social media, I use Midjourneys, get the logo that I want, the original, and then basically I go to leonardo.ai, generating a whole bunch of basically digital asset that I want to put on my Instagram. And later, what I need is a kind of a promotional video, right? So I know some of this might not be perfect, but you can choose what you like, and you can just prompt it to make it better what it is. I mean, we keep this scenario very high level, but now the video, in few minutes, I'm going to have a video that I can actually use it for my startup. The next.
So Ali, just stop back on that one. So you basically created the brand.
Yep.
You've then straight away then gone into the marketing campaign and produced a video from 3 apps.
3 apps. I can
prompts.
be a creative designer or the marketing consultant, right?
Yeah.
The next one is I want to design a user interface for my web application and a mobile application, right? I use the tool, which is called UseArt. These tools are just 2-3 months old, okay? So they got better and better. They're getting better and better. But I go and actually generate a user interface for my web tool. So it gives me all the assets. I can export it to the tools like Figma, and the development team can start using it for development. And then I can see the mobile version of the same design, right? These work is usually going to take, I mean, we're talking about days, if it's not weeks. But I just got to do the prompt in literally 20 minutes. Okay? And it gives me the starting point of the design of the tool that I want. Right? This project is an open source project called ChatDev. The concept behind it is the interaction between different large language models. So you got your entire software development company in hand. So basically you got your CEO that basically requests a specific product, and you got the CTO doing a design. It goes with the chief product officer to the analyst. They come up with the different business requirement, and they go to the different developers who are actually building the code for you. The reason this is important actually for me as a concept is when you get these tools to talk to each other, you will get a lot better sort of output. Okay. So the output of ChatDev, it's probably, it's not something you can run. It's about 60–70% done, so you can actually still need to go and enhance it. But the idea behind it is actually the multi-agent, so when you get these tools to talk to each other. And I think this is pretty powerful when we're talking about the output. I think that is pretty much one of the last slide we have. The last slide, and I think
just before you get into that, Ali, because Ali just races through and shows all these things pretty quickly. So
make sure we're in time.
I know you're doing really good job on time. Just to step back for 1 second, just so everyone can see what's happened there. So you've come up with, the first thing you did was say, right, I want to set up this new company. What are all the things that I need to put together to get to there? Bang, that's done.
Absolutely.
You've then worked out the market analysis. You've then worked out the pricing. You've then gone from that into putting together the marketing campaign and the positioning. You've done an investor deck. And then we've started using the multi-agent piece here to pull together a full suite of technology that sits behind it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess when we look at what's behind this, let's say, a little demo is, if I don't have the skills to do some of these, or any of these, with a set of tools, I can be a developer, I can be a graphic designer, I can be a marketing strategist. The amount of time that is potentially going to save from the day-to-day tasks that we do. And I think this is probably the starting point of what we see from GenAI. Yeah. The tools like copilots and the tools that we augment till the time that we can actually talk to the machine, so we don't even need to type. Right? And this is all coming.
Okay.
And there's lots of discussion about AGI. Right? So what's currently limiting these models is about the speed. So we know that they're going to run faster soon. The amount of memory, they got a pretty bad memory. So we know the context window, it's going to increase, and there is lots of research and work being done on that. They become more knowledgeable. They're going to get trained on more data and parameters. They're working together. We already saw and part of the ChatDev project that we can get multiple agents to impersonate and actually check each other works. Then I think going back to the presentation in the morning by the excellency, so the ability to do things, which is executing tasks, sending email, do the booking, book your flights, generate reports, and then run autonomously. So when you actually get this to run autonomously, to give him a task, and it will go and put the whole things together, then you will actually see the major impact. And we are not really far from it. I think we're not talking about years and years to come. It's probably about 18 to 24 months, we will actually see some of the tools that are actually coming in this context.
Yes, I mean, most of those tools you showed are in the last three months or so.
3-4 months.
We see this speeding up as each of these things get stronger and stronger. And we kept talking about AGI being 3, 4, 5 years away, potentially a lot sooner.
Yeah, we probably see there's some level of AGIs. I think at this point of time, there is a level of trust of how we're going to get these to be fully autonomous. Yeah. You probably see semi-autonomous agents and semi-autonomous product coming in. Then when the full model being built in terms of safety and security, then we actually see autonomous in certain tasks.
Perfect.
Can I just interject here a little bit and ask, you mentioned timeline there, but when will we see the impact on business? When will we see this actually start to happening? As you mentioned, some of the programs are, in the last 3 months, they've just come on board. So
you want to
come and get some questions.
I think we start basically, we get lots of requests by the clients, like asking us to go and help them. And usually when the client asks us, they want us to start from the ideation, right? So this is our business. What do you think AI can do for us, okay? And we look at it from a number of different areas. We call it the 3 level of adoption. So AI augmentation, AI automation, and AI at core. Most of the use cases are simple use cases today and start AI adoption. All of our customers wants to basically get it out and actually going through what I call the experimental model. So investing in AI, doing some basically training and enablement and testing these big, small use cases, then you go to basically taking a business process or let's say one part of the basically the organization and trying to automate that. I think we are about 18 to 24 months to get to that point because the tools need to get to that level of maturity to support it. And AI at core, it is probably something past 3-4 years. It's hard to say what's going to happen past 3 years with the speed of this technology being developing. But the impact is actually being felt today.
I mean, it's amazing what you've been able to do in that short time frame, just to illustrate, you know, what is happening now. Why is there a need for transparency, though, within business and using the AI technology?
I mean, Steve, you want to take that, or
maybe talk a bit about the risks and the.
Yeah, I think when these tools have some limitation in terms of the data that they give you, are they factual or not. There is a level of hallucination with some of the answers. So that is number one. They're biased based on the data they've been trained, so they can actually picture something that is not necessarily correct. Okay. The education or the level of learning that we need to have in terms of data privacy and what kind of data we can share with them or not. And when you put few of these together, you kind of realize, and also the level of trust of, okay, would this tool replace me as what I do, right? I think when you put all this risk together, you just need a framework to work with it. And basically there is a level of education in terms of what you can do with these tools and how you can trust the output of some of these tools and the limitation that I have today. And the second one is how can I transform myself to basically be more productive using tools and doing things that I cannot do today. I don't have these skills. Okay. The level of transparency, I think we heard it also in the morning. There is no way to avoid this. This is probably a greatest opportunity to leapfrog as, let's say, a country or a nation to build the skills in that area. We already seen UAE and Dubai done fantastic stuff when it's coming to the investment on the technology. And I think GenAI specifically, and actually the appetite for adoption for the tech.
I mean, you mentioned that, I mean, we are pioneers here in the UAE and embracing this technology. When we talk about new entrants and open source community leading the space, can you give us some examples how that is working here? And in particular, I think Falcon and the work.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just talk about the UAE more generally, because I mean, I mentioned setting up the MTech team here and all the things that Ali does. This is a genuine world player in this area. We're seeing within our own firm that many innovations are coming out of this part of the world. We ran a session last week. We had Matt Berman come along, who's one of the sort of premier YouTubers, if you like, in this space. A little plug for Matt. He's fantastic in terms of getting yourself up to speed. Now, when we asked Matt the question about models, he said, actually, one of my favorite open source models is Falcon. Developed here in the UAE with TII, a phenomenal model. He said this is at the leading edge, it's competing, it's genuinely there. You go more broadly than that and you look at when we talked about that exponential change, if there's one part of the world that's used to exponential change, I mean, look at Dubai, it's here. You know, we're going through this sort of decarbonization, digitization, privatization, modernization, localization. So that, if you like, attitude is very strong as well. I think Dubai taxis, there's a autonomous vehicle making its way around Dubai today. The UAE government was one of the first to put a front-end ChatGPT on the website. which obviously OpenAI, Microsoft, our friend over there, and Ali were heavily involved in. So I think it's a really exciting time in GenAI, and it's a really exciting time, particularly here in the UAE. We're very excited about it.
We're all worried for our jobs, clearly, as I mentioned earlier, only joking. But, you know, that is a legitimate challenge that keeps getting raised. You know, where do we stand? You know, what impact will it have on the workforce? And will it be replacing jobs? What will happen to the people?
Maybe I'll start with that one, and then Ali, you jump in. I think on the AI replacing humans, I think what we're seeing at the minute is that's not happening today. What's happening is that humans with AI are going to replace humans. So if you're using those tools that Ali took you through, you are differentiating yourself straight away in the market in terms of your value. So you'll see that wave. I think the big wave on GenAI, when we looked at AI back in, when I mentioned the report we did about 6-7 years ago, it focused on manual tasks, and it was a kind of a bottom-up. So we thought AI will take away many of the menial manual tasks that will happen. I think what's been really interesting in the last year is it's gone top-down. I mean, we just showed you how to do a consulting project using GenAI. It's creativity that's being disrupted first, and I don't think anybody predicted that in terms of the impact there. So I think that flips the equation around a bit. I think the most important thing is the jobs that will come will be powered by AI. They'll just be different jobs.
How can we demystify what it can and cannot actually do? You know, how much of this is media hype?
Well, look, I think you cannot compare something like GenAI with the other or previous kind of, let's say, vertical kind of tech that came out, like, for example, let's say metaverse and stuff like that. I think I saw lots of people comparing GenAI to the evolution of internet or basically mobile computing. For sure, it's going to touch every aspect of what we do. Going back to what Steve mentioned, I mean, we were thinking about, look, the impact itself, right? So today, you're going to have a model that you can just talk to and it give you some information. This is going to come to the point that these models or this application, which is a GenAI application, can actually do lots of the tasks that we do today. Like, you know, I'm talking about organizing meeting, basically sending email. We saw it in Copilot. But the reality is the change is going to be in every layer. Change in all the industry, and also change in some of the things that we're going to do. An example of that is always thinking, when I initially look at this, like about March, I was thinking, okay, I always give my children the advice that, you know, if you become a computer engineer or a developer, you got a job for life because it's so complicated that there is always a demand for it. After that, I was thinking, look, what's going to happen? Because that job is probably not going to be as safe, and that skill is probably not going to be as relevant as it is today. But the reality is, then after some thinking, I said, look, there are going to be a whole bunch of different skills required that we do not have today because the technology is not available. And that can be basically from anything from prompt engineering to more around analytics and the mathematics. So there's going to be a whole bunch of new career created as a result of that. So that's not necessarily going to create less jobs, but I mean, it's creating probably people with a different capability of adopting AI to do the work, okay? And I think the other aspect of that is the transformation. So transformation is going to come in two dimensions. One itself and the workforce, and the other one is basically a backbone of let's say, the organization or government and how they service the citizen or the client.
The advancement of the technology, the time frame, I mean, we're almost playing catch up because it is going so quickly. How do we keep up with it? And what are your thoughts? You mentioned your children, you know, they're the next generation. You know, you give a kid an iPad now and they swipe through. My children are better at technology than I am. So, you know, what do you think the future holds for them?
I'll take one on just on how to get yourself up to speed. I mean, this is moving so quick. I mean, I think we've got Tom in the audience somewhere. He's going to do a session with us this afternoon, one of the leading model experts anywhere in the world. But Tom's probably only been at this for a year. You know, just he's dove into it, used his capabilities. This is happening so quickly. So the thing that Ali and I look for most in our team is enthusiasm and wanting to learn. Because those tools we showed you have only been around for 3 weeks, some of them. How quickly do you need to be able to adapt, and how quickly do you need to be able to get in? And I think the most important thing is enthusiasm, and actually just getting involved, testing the things out, making it happen. And that's certainly, and my kids are way ahead of me on lots of this stuff already.
Ali, anything to add
look,
on?
I guess, Steve covered it well. First of all, this is real. It's happening.
Yeah.
It is workable. You can use it for the small, basically, task today. But as we see, this is going to grow, and all of these are going to start working together at some stage. I think the earlier that you jump at it and learn, basically, it's going to be much easier to adopt. Okay. And I think that this will, again, touch all the aspects of what we do.
There's no doubt it's going to transform the world as we know it. How important is it for government advisory within the AI sphere?
First of all, I think the way UAE is structured and approach this is probably something for other government to learn from, right?
Yeah.
A few months ago, when we were talking about the project that we did with the Prime Minister Office in UAE, I think they were the first government entity, or let's say first government, that are actually willing to adopt this. And we know this through the network because many of our other part of PwC from other countries actually reach out to us and are asking, how did you do it? What did you do it? Was it easy to convince? And so we kind of leading in that space, and we are lucky enough to be in the basically the region and also in a country that actually have an appetite for those kind of investment and adoption. I think it's very important. This can be a significant, as I said, a step to leapfrog on some of the areas that we were probably we didn't do as best as some of the others. I think this would change the way we're providing service to citizens. This would change the way that the government operates as a whole. And with all the elements of the basically data, the integration, the experience, and the foundation capability, that would basically be a next basic generation of the government service, as I said.
Stephen, you mentioned one of the things you look for. We've got 1 minute left on the clock, so
okay.
very quickly.
Quick answers, yeah.
You talked about looking for enthusiasm and excitement. What are you most excited about when it comes to generative AI in the next 5 years?
5 years. So the quick one, I got a little glimpse of GPT vision this week, and seeing some of the literally the AI, you could put a vision. I'll show you quick 2 seconds. 20 seconds. So it showed a pint glass half full.
Yeah.
And says, what do you think about that? And from the pint, just looking at the pint glass, it said, this is an idea of the idiom about a glass being half full or half empty. And you think of the intellect required to look at a vision and to turn that into that kind of phrase is just amazing. And the harnessing the power, I think I'd agree with His Excellency. I'm most excited about what technology and AI can do for the big challenge facing the world around sustainability. And I think the only way we're going to get through the sustainability challenge, the climate change challenge, is through tech. And maybe that's a way we could get there.
Bang on time. We're out of time. But Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for our first panel, being a fantastic audience.
Thank you.
الحضور الكريم، والآن مع كلمة رئيسية يقدمها سعادة يونس آل ناصر، الرئيس التنفيذي لمؤسسة بيانات وإحصاء دبي في هيئة دبي الرقمية. Ladies and gentlemen, now, a keynote by His Excellency Yunus Al Nasser, CEO of Dubai Data and Statistics Establishment, Digital Dubai.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be in such an amazing event and to present some of the latest of our work at Digital Dubai when it comes to synthetic data. And I'm sure in an ever-evolving landscape of data-driven technologies, we need to find an innovative ways on how do we fuel such a transformation that is hunger for data, that needs to have an active actions on the ground to ensure the supply of the data for such a technologies. So let's spend the upcoming few minutes that we have together to focus on two areas. First, let's understand what is synthetic data. Second, let's look at some of the efforts Dubai is leading today into generating such a data to us. So let me start with asking these questions. From your point of view, what is the world's #1 concern when using AI? Privacy. But more importantly, privacy of personal data. And that's a big challenge. While AI is providing us with a lot of advancements in the way that it's interacting with us, we do have some confidentialities that we want to preserve. And we want to ensure that while we are adopting towards such a transformation, the personal data is being protected. And without data to feed, how do we leverage AI? So that's the challenge that we are trying to address. And in order to understand it better, let's have a look at the upcoming video.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, data is an increasingly valuable asset for making the right decisions, foreseeing the future, and developing proactive digitalized services. But data must always be kept secure. The privacy of individuals and organizations must remain uncompromised. So how do we achieve that? As is the norm today, emerging technologies offer a solution: synthetic data. Out of the rapid development of artificial intelligence technologies, the idea of synthetic data emerges. Artificial data which reflects the structure and content of real data without revealing the identities of individuals. Synthetic data provides the best solution that balances your full right to protect the privacy of your data and the responsible sharing and innovate use of it. Dubai has chosen to lead one of the world's leading experiments in this field to stimulate the utilization of synthetic data. Digital Dubai has launched a pioneering and specialized study that covers unprecedented aspects of the deployment of synthetic data and ensures that its privacy is fully preserved, in addition to holding a series of educational workshops to spread awareness of synthetic data. Opening new horizons for a more integrated digital transformation, for more data-driven intelligence, to digitalize life in Dubai.
So now we understand a bit more what is synthetic data. What we are trying to do is to use confidential data, feed it to AI, and making sure that we are preserving the structural integrity of the data. We are preserving the statistical integrity of the information that is being provided, and also to anonymize the data in a way that we don't compromise the confidential information, to come up with a new version of all data that exists in Dubai to be anonymized. And that is the synthetic data that we are leading. And in order to do so, there are important areas that we need to look at. And it has been consistent throughout the presentations that we've seen this morning. The first is the regulatory aspects. We know there are great practices globally today that is ensuring that privacy of data while it's being processed within systems. So how do we deal with the regulatory aspects when we are creating a synthetic data? Second, the quality of the data. Any poor input has a poor output as a result. And we don't want just to feed our generative AI or AI any type of data. We want to create a highly trusted data that can be fed to those systems. The third aspect is ensuring the continuous supply. The first impression that you get from generative AI today, and it gives you as a response, is that my knowledge is up to X date. And that shows that supply of data is one of the areas that we need to tackle and make sure that is being addressed as we go forward. Last but not least, the complexity. We understand data collection and providing it in real time comes at a cost and comes at a massive investment that we need to do within the cities. So our synthetic data framework have looked at such areas and addressed it from 2 points of view. First, we've done an R&D, a research piece, in order to understand what would be the best way to tackle the synthetic creation of data in Dubai. Second, we've looked at also use cases. We've always understood that it's very important while we move into the transformations of next-gen solutions, it's very important to drive it through highly valuable use cases. So let me show you the bit that we did with the research and implementation, the framework that we've created. What we've done is we've partnered up with a company called Faculty AI, and we've looked at the research part from an angle of data leaders and data scientists in order to empower them with a set of guidelines and a framework where we can understand how do we formulate synthetic data. And with that, we've looked at failures on projects due to privacy concerns. We've looked at projects that had delays due to sensitivity of information that it was dealing with, and find a way on how do we take it to the next level and next evolution of that, removing any confidentialities of the data and how the success rate has been in those projects. The framework today is working in a way that provides 5 sets of canvases. Those canvases are very practical. And it starts with asking simple questions. Is synthetic data the right solutions towards your artificial intelligence solution? And if yes, do you have the right teams to set up in order to create synthetic data? The third, do you have the right infrastructure among yourself? Data requires an infrastructure that can host these informations and generate a safe synthetic data towards the use case that you are driving. A fourth area is about looking at the use cases that you want to develop. And all of that needs to happen in a safe environment where we provided to the government of Dubai a sandbox where entities within the government of Dubai can bring their data to the sandbox with the team, with the use cases, and to generate a synthetic data. So this was the framework that we've issued. And let me now start presenting some of the use cases that's been identified within the Emirate of Dubai for synthetic data. And of course, we don't do it alone. We do it through our partners within government entities, a number of use cases that has been identified, which are at different stages. Some that are ready for deployment, some they are at sandbox stages, and some at own experimentation labs of entities that are working on. And to start with, let me start with this use case from Dubai Customs. Dubai Customs as a business is running a risk engine to detect the shipments that they need to inspect that is coming into the country. And Dubai is known as a global hub for the trades. So there are hundreds and thousands of shipments that are coming daily to the country. And imagine if you need to inspect all of those shipments at the same time. That creates a lot of load. So what they do is they identify the risky shipments in order to inspect them. And to do that, they do have the current technologies that is doing such an inspection for them and giving recommendations. So their recommendation engine, they want to take it to the next level and make sure that it is being enhanced using artificial intelligence. The challenge that they have over here is that their data is confidential, and they want to interact with industry lead. So how they can generate a new algorithm that can enhance their risk engine, but yet not to compromise on the confidential data of all imports and exports of goods that's happening in Dubai. So with that in mind, what they did is they found a potential use case that they are now creating a synthetic version of all import and export trades that's happening through Dubai so that they can enhance their AI use case using synthetic data. Second is coming from our own institution, which is Dubai Statistics. As you know, national statistics is generated using a number of big data that's being collected and also coming from different means, which are surveys. The issue with the data that is underlying on the statistics, that is, it's a bit confidential. So we usually announce our statistical data. What we want to ensure over here is while we are exchanging and publishing our statistical data, we are also publishing a version of the synthetic data, of underlying data behind the statistics that's being calculated. With doing so, it will help the researchers, it will help the academia to come on board and find the new insights from the data that's underlying behind the statistics that's being generated in Dubai. The third is an example from Dubai municipality, and here is that they want to optimize the inspection times that is happening in the city of Dubai. And this is an important business. Again, imagine with such a growing city, with the development that's happening across you, that you need to do an efficient inspections. To do so, they want to use AI models to suggest when, where, and what type of goods that they need to inspect. And in order to do so, they do have a lot of confidential information. Those confidential information that's coming from the inspections that's happening in Dubai will go through a generation of a synthetic version of that data that then will help them to open such a data and come together with the industry leads to develop that AI use case that is using a synthetic data. Last but not least, and I would like to end up with this use case that's being developed together with DIWA, as we are evolving in our sustainability programs and more adoption of electric vehicles, there are more charging stations that's coming in the city. So charging stations also generates a lot of data about the timings of the charges that's happening in the city, the type of cars that are coming and charging at a certain point, and also the distribution of those EV chargers among the city. So what DIWA wants to do is, in a way, to plan their next expansions of EV chargers, and also to come up with a recommendation on where best to place them and utilize that data best. They want to create a synthetic version of it with the industry leads to come up with the new suggestions of how they should improve their EV charging stations, and also, more importantly, to find the ways and innovative means of monetizing the data that's coming from the EV chargers. So as we go forward, we find using AI to solve data privacy issues is a novel way of moving forward and adopting more AI technologies, and more specifically, generative AI. Our call to action to our industry leads over here from public and private sector is to come and partner up together to create more synthetic data within the city. Synthetic data is the way that we're going to fuel the transformation, and also ensuring that more use cases that's being developed in Dubai and also globally. And all of that is what we want to achieve with it, is to make sure that we are contributing to our digital transformation. Our expectation for the digital transformation of Dubai to add to the economy of Dubai around 100 billion dirham annually. We feel that this is a conservative number, but we are sure with the contribution from everyone in such a journey and providing advanced technologies, we should be able to be among the leads when it comes to adopting new technologies and transformation. So thank you for providing us the opportunity. I hope we delivered an area that is of an advance that can help the transformation and adoption of generative AI and AI generally. Thank you.
السيدات والسادة استراحة لمدة 10 دقائق. نعود بعدها لاستئناف جلسات اليوم. شكراً. Ladies and gentlemen, a 10-minute coffee break starts now. See you shortly. Thank you. الحضور الكريم، يرجى التوجه لقاعة المحاضرات. سنستأنف خلال لحظات جلساتنا الرئيسية. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the auditorium. We will resume our main sessions shortly. الحضور الكريم، يرجى التوجه لقاعة المحاضرات. سنستأنف خلال لحظات جلساتنا الرئيسية. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the auditorium. We will resume our main sessions shortly. الحضور الكريم، يرجى التوجه لقاعة المحاضرات. سنستأنف خلال لحظات جلساتنا الرئيسية. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the auditorium. We will resume our main sessions shortly. السيدات والسادة، ستبدأ الآن كلمة رئيسية يقدمها السيد كوستي بيريكوس من شركة ديلويت العالمية. Ladies and gentlemen, a keynote by Kosti Perikos from Deloitte is starting now.
Ladies, gentlemen, Your Excellencies, good morning. I'm absolutely delighted to be here to talk to you about generative AI, which you've heard about all morning. I've attended some very interesting sessions, but specifically looking about what it means for business, both the opportunities and some of the risks. By way of introduction, I am Kosti Perikos. I lead our Office of Generative AI globally for Deloitte. And today's session will be based on the many, many projects we're doing in this field, the over 100 conversations we've had with CXOs, but also importantly, the transformation journey that we are applying to ourselves. Before we go forward and look at the opportunities, I think it's important actually to look a little bit back in time around how this whole thing started. Because it may be surprising to some of you to know that this technology is not new. In fact, our story starts back in 2017 when Google published an article called "Attention is All You Need." And in that article, they introduced the transformer algorithm, which changed the way AI understands language today. Up and until that particular point in time, and I'm simplifying this, apologies to the technical audience, basically algorithms understood language by simply predicting the next word in a sentence based on the previous word, which was great, but it meant that it lacked context. So for example, if you were saying, "I'm going to the bank," the algorithms wouldn't understand whether you're going to the bank to pay in a check or whether you were going to the bank of the river to fish. This algorithm suggested a very new way of looking at things, not only comparing the previous word, but comparing every word in the sentence together, or every pixel in a picture together if you were not just dealing with language. And I can tell you, the results were astounding. So astounding, in fact, that everybody started adopting this algorithm. But that was 2017. And for many of us, sort of the general business community and the general public community, we didn't hear anything until November, December last year, when OpenAI launched GPT-3 with ChatGPT, the app that gave us all access to these models, and the world has changed, in my view, forever. So why did it take 4 years nearly for us to hear about this technology? Well, really, there's three main reasons, which are very relevant to business. The first is that this new algorithm was far, far more computationally intensive than anything that had been used before. And it follows logic. If you have to compare every word in the sentence together to predict a word, it's much, much more difficult than just simply predicting the last word. And we didn't really have that sort of computing power available at hand in 2017. It was available to research institutions because you had to use graphics processing units, GPUs. Since then, many companies, but particularly NVIDIA, who is producing 95% of the chips in this field, have made huge advances in the computing power, and this is now much more readily available, although I have to say it is still a problem in places like the Middle East and Europe in terms of accessibility to these chips. The second reason is that it's very difficult to do this sort of these sort of technologies without using cloud or a cloud-based infrastructure. It's very difficult to do that on-premise. And of course, cloud has come a very, very long way in the last 4 years. Much, much more accessible. And the last reason, which I think is actually the main reason, is the companies that were involved, the big tech companies, knew of the risks, knew of the issues, knew of the ethical considerations that this technology would bring. And they didn't feel that it was ready to release to the public. OpenAI thought differently. It has effectively let the genie out of the bottle, and the race is now on how we can all harness that technology and do it safely. So what does that actually mean? What does the future hold? Well, you can see at the end of that diagram we have artificial general intelligence. Now, I think it's always dangerous to predict the future in these examples because actually, we're not very good at doing it as humans, particularly when there's an exponential explosion of technology. And I personally, I've heard the sessions this morning, I think personally, general artificial intelligence is a bit further away than people think. The last 10% of these journeys are always very, very difficult. But I do know one thing for sure, the economic impact is going to be like something we've never seen before. This is just one example, 7 trillion over a 10-year period. And whether it's 7 or 10 or 5, depending on what study you look at, I can promise you one thing. The way we work with AI, the way we view AI, will never be the same. This is for us an iPhone or an electricity moment. But what does this technology do? I know that many of you understand text, but there are many other modalities. So if we start with text, all of you in this room have heard of ChatGPT, and I know we saw some examples of other tools as well. But text is really transforming the way business is doing things. You know, from simple productivity. I was talking to the CEO of a relatively small consumer goods company whose revenues are really directly based on how much they can market on Instagram. And he was telling me this is amazing because now they can produce twice as many articles a month just simply through tools like ChatGPT. They can ask it to optimize them for search engines, optimize them for social media. And they're doing twice as many articles, which means they're getting 80% more revenue a month at 20% of the cost. So for small companies, even simple tools like that are massive. But as you know, it doesn't end with text. I walked out of the auditorium. I don't know if you've been on the bridge. You see some amazing AI images that have been created of the region. They're absolutely beautiful. If you played with DALL-E, you will again see some incredible images. But they can also create photorealistic images, as you probably have seen. This is one of Donald Trump resisting arrest in New York, okay? It didn't happen, of course. This was created by AI, but it was so good that it fooled a whole number of news agencies to publish it. And it's now on the internet forever. If you don't like pictures of Trump being arrested, I would type Balenciaga Pope into Google. You will see a wonderful picture of the Pope sporting a Balenciaga jacket, which, of course, was also false. Not only did the news agencies pick it up, it was a Balenciaga marketer's dream. The coat sold out apparently immediately as soon as it's hit. You'll be surprised how many people want to dress like the Pope. But again, you know, what this leads me to believe is that these days we cannot really believe what we see or hear in the press. And talking, of course, about hearing, there have been huge advances in audio in this field just in a very short time. I've been doing these presentations for a while. I wasn't really talking much about audio, but we're now seeing it really change the way we do music. So Paul McCartney has announced he's going to release a final album of the Beatles. On that album is going to be a song that John Lennon wrote before he died, and John Lennon's voice will be perfectly recreated, sort of bringing him back. On the flip side, I don't know if many of you know the actor Stephen Fry. He's a very famous British actor. You know, he announced that he came across a documentary that had been published, which had him narrating the whole documentary. And he said he hadn't uttered a single word or received a single penny in compensation. What they had done was they'd got all the audiobooks from Harry Potter that he narrates, trained an algorithm on his voice, and next thing you know, you have Stephen Fry for free. So it creates some challenges for the industries as well. In the interest of time, I'm going to talk about code later, but just bear that in mind. These algorithms can produce amazing code, and I think this is probably one of the biggest use cases we have in business, and I think it's going to be also one of the biggest drivers of this technology as well. So talking of use cases, what are we sort of seeing? You know, at Deloitte, we like to sort of categorize things so that we can understand them in frameworks. And we really see three big frameworks. One is around content personalization in its widest sense. Again, I think the audience is quite familiar with the opportunities for content in this space, but it does have some interesting corollaries. So for example, you know, I think it's going to affect the entire business of the internet. If you think about it, if you're a content creator, at a very simple level, you'll create content for people to see, maybe get advertising revenue, but it relies on people looking at your original content. If going forward, everyone's going to be using these large language models that kind of summarize the content and pull it together, what is going to be the incentives of content creators to do that? And we know that human content creation is really, really important Because what we have discovered recently is that when you train these models on synthetic data, it lacks a certain bit of magic that humans, a certain bit of kind of unevenness that humans create, and it makes the models actually act worse than with human content. So some interesting things happening there. And of course, it's going to change the whole way we interact with customers. Having said that, I'm not going to make predictions. I'm going to make one. I predict that in 3 years' time, when you call a call center, because of the voice reproduction, the content reproduction, you're not going to know whether you're talking to a human being or you're talking to an AI being. And this, of course, has massive opportunities for many of our clients and many businesses that have call centers, but it also will have a massive impact on local economies that often rely on local call centers employing people. And of course, the metaverse, which is not as a hot topic as it was last year, is another area where we think this technology is going to be game-changing. The amount of content needed to be created in the metaverse is significant. I think the world was struggling with that, and this is really going to change things. But let's talk a little bit about coding. As I mentioned, these tools are really amazing at producing code. And they're not only amazing at producing code, they're amazing at looking at code and understanding it. Okay? So all of a sudden, these large lines of codes that have three comments in that the developer begrudgingly put in, you can now actually run these into these algorithms. They'll tell you what the code's about, which means they can also create test scripts, which means a lot of the whole process of creating software can be automated in businesses. They're also really good at translating code. So if you imagine if you're a bank and you've got several million lines of COBOL code that was written by people 40 years ago that are certainly not with a bank anymore, and you don't know how to translate it into something new, how to move it into cloud, you can actually use these algorithms to translate the code into something more modern, like Python and Java. Not perfectly. We'll always need a human in the loop, but 60–70% effort is taken away, and then move it to cloud. And it's not just banks. One of the projects we're doing in the UK is with a UK government agency, and we're helping them translate legacy code into new code that they can then move into the cloud. But perhaps for me, I'm a human optimist. One of the greatest areas I think is going to be in industry domains. We've already seen these algorithms be used in AlphaFold, which was the protein folding algorithm that revolutionized the way we understand proteins and will revolutionize drug development. We're also seeing it appear in nuclear fusion, the management of nuclear fusion. We're also seeing it appear now more and more in things like climate change and analyzing climate change problems. So I think fundamentally, this technology is going to help drive humanity forward. Interestingly enough, I've had probably over 100 CXO conversations in the last few months on this topic. The first topic is always, okay, how's it going to affect my business? The second, which warms my heart, is risk, trust, and bias. This topic, which in previous AI waves probably took 2 or 3 years to become a thing. It took sort of racist algorithms and sexist algorithms and some really kind of, poor choices of design for people to talk about it. This is the number 2 topic after what does this technology do? And it's something that we all need to be very, very conscious of when we're implementing these algorithms. So I wanted to spend a little bit of time just talking about some of the risks that we see, okay? Now, I'm not going to focus on the ones at the bottom because they're technical, and actually technology is moving very, very fast. So probably by the end of this presentation, some of the facts from the beginning of this presentation will have changed. I wanted to focus on the ones in the top, because often when businesses implement these technologies, they focus on the technical side. They have the IT department involved. They've got their data science department involved. They don't have risk and legal involved. They don't have data privacy involved. And if you don't do that from the beginning, you're going to grind to a very abrupt halt somewhere down the road. Of that, I'm confident, based on many, many experiences that we have had. So the first thing is hallucinations. Yeah? These algorithms don't understand the difference between a truth and fiction, or truth and a lie. They are designed to produce outputs, okay? And because they adopt human language, they produce those outputs very confidently. They will confidently tell you things that are not true. So when you are producing them, and we've seen that because we use these tools in our own organization, you have to have a human in the loop that actually understands the subject matter, can look at it, and can spot when things are not correct. You know, I won't lie, I use these algorithms sometimes when I'm preparing talks, and I often have to go back, search the internet, and make sure that what they're coming up with is correct. The second is of course, ethical use. Ethical use, massively important. You know, do not use these algorithms for, you know, things around warfare or things that are going to affect humanity. There are guardrails in place, of course, in these algorithms, but it's not that they can't be fooled. IP protection and privacy, two of the biggest issues, and they're moving as fast as technology is. You know, whether, for example, the output of these algorithms can be copyrighted is a big debate. Whether you own a piece of IP from a client, if you can train a model or not, that is up for debate. And so it's important to get the legal views and the kind of governance and risk views very quickly. And adversarial behavior, we're seeing a new kind of hacking happening with these algorithms. Someone managed to hack GPT-4, GPT 3.5, a couple of months ago, where they tricked it into saying, pretend you're someone that doesn't have any guardrails. It was called the Dan hack. And it could ask it questions that it's not supposed to answer. So it's prompt hacking that we are seeing, and it's going to become a big nuisance for businesses going forward. So I'm conscious I'm running out of time. I just wanted to leave you with a few thoughts based on this very, very quick canter through the topic. The first is, experiment, of course, but understand the risk and challenges. Get all the stakeholders that are needed in order to make this technology not just something you're playing with, but transformative. Get them involved at the start. Manage and segregate your data appropriately. Okay, I've said this throughout my AI career. Good data gives you artificial intelligence. Bad data gives you artificial incompetence. And if you start feeding these algorithms with bad data, the hallucinations just get worse and worse. Conversely, if you feed it with very specific data, you get much, much better output than you do from something like ChatGPT. Develop capabilities and LLMs, LLM ops. We don't believe that the answer is going to be in a business that you have one of these large language models. We believe you're going to have a number of them, a little bit like you have databases today. So get your IT organization thinking professionally around how you manage them, how you promote them from test into production, and how you govern the use of not only data, but the use of these models. And last but not least, understand the impact on talent. You know, there are many, many debates as to whether this technology means we're going to have a lot less workers or a lot more workers. My view is, you know, throughout history, these technologies have only created more plentifulness. You know, when spreadsheets were developed, I remember there were articles saying, is this going to be the end of accountants? Because accountants add columns and now we could do this automatically. Of course, it wasn't the end of accountants. So I don't think it's going to be the end of our workforce, but we are going to have to change. With that, thank you very much for listening to me. I'm happy to answer questions.
الحضور الكريم، يرجى البقاء في مقاعدكم. أترككم الآن مع كلمة رئيسية يقدمها سعادة مطر الحميري، الرئيس التنفيذي لمؤسسة حكومة دبي الرقمية. Ladies and gentlemen, a keynote by His Excellency Matar Al-Himiri, CEO of Digital Dubai Government Establishment, will start now. Please remain seated.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to begin thanking the Dubai Future Foundation for the great opportunity and also for the great platform that allow us to connect with the great minds, to share ideas and projects, initiatives and products. Digital transformation is not new to Dubai. Dubai has been leading digitization efforts over the 2 decades. It started with year 2000 with the launch of Dubai Internet City, shared services and e-government, moving to m-government 2013, where His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, UAE Vice President, Prime Minister and ruler of Dubai, instructed all the government to move their online services to be available through a mobile. And the journey continued from there. In 2015-17, we have the Smart City Initiative, Dubai Data Law, and also we have the blockchain. In 2018, also we have the paperless strategy, and in 2021, we witnessed the establishment of Digital Dubai. All of these efforts is recognized globally. Dubai is ranked 5th in terms of online services as per the LOCI Index in United Nations, and second in terms of regulatory frameworks, and first in terms of wireless broadband, 7th in terms of telecommunication infrastructure. This positions Dubai as the global digital hub, and this will continue. From looking at our journey for these 20 years, we have many city-level products. Today, I brought 3 with me to share it with you. The first one is the UAE Pass. UAE Pass is the UAE first secure national digital identity. It provides you with a secure login to more than 12,000 services in the UAE, whether it's a government or federal or it is a private sector. Digital signatures and digital vault, which is actually used for saving and electronic documents. Today, UAE Pass is used by 6.6 million users. And this is national initiatives with the collaboration of TEDRA and Abu Dhabi Digital Government. Another example is the paperless initiative. His Highness Sheikh Hamdan Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum in 2018 instructed to eliminate all the paper use within the government of Dubai. With that initiative, as a result, by the end of this initiative, it was the result of 325 million papers eliminated from the government of Dubai. Today, the government of Dubai does not request any paper or issue any paper to any customer unless the customer requests it. And this is equivalent to 900 million dirham in terms of cost saving, and 39,000 trees are saved on an annual basis. And this is just a small contribution to our environment. Another example is Dubai Now. Dubai Now is actually our super app. It's one-stop shop, a single platform for online services for all the top used services in the city. We have more than 190 services today. It's provided through more than 35 entities, government and private. We have 1.2 million users using it on a daily basis, and the total spent by the individual on this app is 12.8 billion dirham. In 2021, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, with the establishment of Digital Dubai, set one goal for us: digitizing life in Dubai, and not only government services. So what does it mean? It means that there is a strategic shift from focusing only on government side to focus on a city level. And instead only focusing on an individual services on a government level, we would like to focus on a digital city experiences, which means that it should be seamless, interconnected, integrated with other partners. And instead of focusing on government cyber resilience, to focus also on a city level resilience. That is the scope, which has elevated our role and expanded our scope in the city level. This year, His Highness Sheikh Hamdan Mohammed, with the announcement of Dubai AI Center, the purpose was actually to accelerate the implementation of AI and to benefit from all the opportunities and the benefits which we see it from using generative AI or the rapid disruption which we see today on this industry. And with every initiative and with every disruption technology, there is always a chance to have a city-level product. Allow me today to share with you a new project in our site, which is Dubai AI. Dubai AI is our city concierge, which is actually going to answer any city information or services in the city of Dubai, and it is one of the technologies supported by generative AI. Allow me to share with you a video to give you a brief about it.
Dubai is shaping the future and transforming the digital life in the city. We are on the verge of achieving another groundbreaking milestone. Once more, Dubai distinguishes itself by introducing a cutting-edge technology. Powered by generative artificial intelligence, Dubai AI is a city-level platform that provides information and services to all city customers in a seamless, interactive, instant, and personalized experience. Offering extensive, in-depth information covering the city, including health, education, business, entertainment, and much more. Dubai AI is your digital city concierge. Now available to you on Dubai.ae and Dubai Now application. Welcome to the future.
Thank you. So it will be the digital city concierge, which actually going to we can work with a lot of our partners in the private and also in the government sectors to provide the city information, the city services. We have we're talking about 15 sectors, whether in the aviation, tourism, or healthcare. We have a lot to be done, and we actually inviting all of our partners to work with us and co-create these use cases and implement it through Dubai AI, which is actually going to be a unified, seamless channel for our citizens. I will leave you and conclude today with one quote from His Highness, which is, Dubai represents the future, and the future is Dubai. Thank you very much, and I hope for you. Thank you.
السيدات والسادة، نترككم الآن مع جلسة حوارية يشارك فيها كريستان غليتش من جمعية البلوك تشين الأوروبية والدكتورة موزا سويدان من مؤسسة حكومة دبي الرقمية، ويديرها السيد فيصل حمادي من شركة BCJ. Ladies and gentlemen, now a panel session with Christian Gleich from the European Blockchain Association and Dr. Moza Swedan from Digital Dubai Government Establishment. The panel is moderated by Faisal Hamadi from BCG.
Good morning and welcome. It's fantastic to be in this crowd today and looking forward to the discussion. I want to start by speaking about the digital renaissance that we're living today. The digital economy is contributing more than 15% of the global GDP today and is expected to be more than 25% in 2030. That's a significant growth, almost double that of the classic. The pace of change, however, is really fast. It has been said that the pace of change has never been as fast if we look backwards, and will never be as slow if we look forward. In an increasingly digital world, we find ourselves battling between the convenience of digital technologies versus issues of IP, liability, and privacy. The hands-off approach to policymaking and regulation has some risks and hazards to it, similar to what we've seen with the proliferation of deepfakes. However, over-regulation also hinders innovation and stifles the type of benefits that we get from AI, similar to digital health and others. And while we celebrate AI as a means to solve a lot of our societal grand challenges, we're also confronted with the imperative to mitigate the risks that are coming out of those systems. The question is, are we shaping technology, or is technology shaping us? I would argue we need a joint and thoughtful effort to shape a better future. In today's session, we're going to speak about the benefits of AI systems and the opportunities that lay ahead, while we also are thoughtful about the risks and mitigations that need to be put in place to ensure a responsible and ethical development of such systems. My name is Faisal Ahmadi. I'm a managing director with BCG, looking after the digital economy topic. I work at the intersection of technology, innovation, and economic development, and I'm very pleased to welcome today Her Excellency Dr. Moza Swaidan, who's the CEO of Application and Platform Systems at Digital Dubai, and Chris Glage, who's the head of emerging technology with the European Blockchain Association. Welcome.
Thank you.
I want to start, Dr. Moza, with the topic around this balance when it comes to the responsible and ethical AI. How do you think about balancing innovation versus regulation in your current role?
Sure. Thank you so much, first of all, for attending or for inviting us to this session. And Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Basically, the way we see things is artificial intelligence has been around for the last 40 years, as the previous speakers have spoken. And the problem about, or the concerns about privacy and security have been there since 40 years. What I'm seeing is we are still talking about the same issue, and the world is focusing on the risks associated with emerging technology, today being AI, but there is not much actions happening to mitigate those risks. And because of the focus on the problem, there are few groups that are missing out on the benefits of it. So yes, there are issues with privacy and security, but there are also solutions. The reason why we are sitting today, 40 years later, 40 years down the line, and still talking about the problem is because there is not enough actions being taken, and there is no unified effort also being led. We've seen around the world there are a lot of tools, a lot of technologies, a lot of legislative frameworks and laws that has been issued, but it remains to be in silos. We've seen the European Act, the European AI Act that has been issued by the European Union that actually governs AI and talks about privacy and tries to limit the use and direct it towards the correct usage of technologies. But we also see the other extremes where other governments as well have been banning the use of generative AI in particular due to the huge risk that they see to their country. The balance is basically to have focus on both the opportunities that it actually puts forward and also have actions, oriented mindset when it comes to talking about the risk. I think all the sessions that we have attending since the morning was talking about the problem. There is ethical issues, there are security issues. What do we do about it? And I love the fact that His Excellency, Mr. Khalfan, at the end of his talk said, one of the actions of this assembly is to come up with an action plan and really put together a plan where everyone can work towards having a solution and move on to really leveraging AI and all the different global issues that we see today. The balance is focusing on both. Today, the way we see it is much more focus on the problems, very low focus on the opportunities that this technology comes in and brings to the global issues that we face today.
Fantastic. And Chris, to the point, I think Dr. Moza is more optimistic about the opportunities of generative AI. How do you give people like her the comfort that the policy frameworks and the regulatory regimes are there to ensure that there is responsible development, there's ethical development, there's topics like inclusion on the data front, but also on the outputs that are coming out of the data front are taken into considerations and kind of are safe and secure to use, especially on a broader scale when it comes to citizen services and so on.
Yeah. First of all, thanks for having me. It's a pleasure speaking in this building, and the building itself actually speaks for a certain mindset. We can build buildings differently than rather looking like regular buildings, like those regular skyscrapers. And this is also a picture, basically, what I see here in the UAE for being here a lot of times, and during every month I try to be here like for 2-3 weeks. Seeing the mindset of the people, and this is also aligning with my mindset, seeing the opportunities, as you just said, seeing the opportunities rather than the challenges. every opportunity comes with a challenge, and we've heard this morning already. And the regulatory part in the EU, to the outside, looks like, oh, there is a EU AI Act, but what good is it? What quality has it? Who has read through it? Well, we have, because it's our business. And from the very beginning, we tried to influence European politicians on explaining them what AI holds. It will influence all of our future, the future of every citizen, and deliver so many benefits to the citizens, while it's very rare that you have real expertise on that level in Europe. So that's why there is a trend to regulate for regulation's sake, which does not have anything to do with opportunities, but creates challenges in itself. And for that reason, here it's very, very humbling to see how those new emerging tech topics, be it tokenization, be it blockchain, be it AI, how quickly they are addressed. That's the one thing. But then also how well they are addressed with expertise. And right now we're actually trying to regulate all these topics separately. But in the end, and this is what His Excellency Karl von Benhul showed in the very morning, they're growing together. Like, quantum computing is what a lot of people talk about right now, while it is not exactly there. And if you combine it with AI, if you combine it with a blockchain, if you combine it with a token sort of gamification as a mechanic, we actually have to think about regulating all these separate silos, but also now begin to rule them together, because they're going to work together. And you see this right now when I speak about the blockchain, AI, token, IoT, sensors, data. It's all combined. Of course, data is the new goal, because it's within all these technologies, and it has to be harvested in a proper and in a safe way. And just because AI holds so many opportunities, we cannot just go forward. So we have to regulate in the sense of setting guardrails when it comes to security, to safety, cybersecurity, and preventing and prohibiting AI by the means of this is regulation is just no regulation. It takes away economic growth.
I like this thought. I like this thought quite a lot. I think the word is becoming multipolar when it comes to generative AI and to technology overall, right? As you mentioned, there's the EU camp, which looks more into the sensitive data, looks into the data privacy as a starting point to launch more the AI applications. The US, on the other hand, has taken a pro-innovation approach, kind of allowing the private sector to flourish a little bit more with looser regulations. And then we've seen China with a very tailored approach to their specific market, where they're okay to some extent to allow for freedom and loose regulations around specific data laws, as long as it's serving the bigger national agenda. And some people might find it to some extent controversial, as economic competitiveness of nations is to some extent banking on those very specific laws when it comes to data as well, right? And I want to pose this to you, Dr. Moza, on the sense that you are here at the crossroads of all of those continents and polars, right? And you're to some extent a pioneer in adopting and using applications of AI and generative AI in the region and also globally, right? What's your approach to that development, and specifically when it comes to sensitive data, when we speak about healthcare, financial services, and so on?
See, the approach we take in the government is basically, yes, we take risk. We want to be in the forefront and adopting technologies, and generative AI is one of them. But we also need to direct our investments in a way that actually solves the problem. So we always start with identifying what we really want to achieve, what problem are we trying to solve for the citizens of Dubai, and then we talk about how do we do that using technology. Today probably it's generative AI. Tomorrow might be any other technology that also can serve the purpose. So our approach is to identify the problem. The same thing goes with the risk that we see in data privacy and security and all that. We always start with sizing the problem. Is the problem that you're talking about every technology and the usage of data, or there are specific sets of data that has to be protected in a different way because of how it can be utilized in not very productive manner. So we start with sizing the problem. Now, talking about the solution, the role of the government here is not only the only role that has to be activated. There are multiple actors in this equation when it comes to developing emerging technology and having it scaled up to the entire world. There are global players that actually produce and develop these technology, and there is a responsibility on them to ensure there is ethical controls implemented in a way that it prevents or reduces the usage of this technology in a bad manner or in different cases. The other actor is basically the government, of course. They have a big role in regulating and supporting the global player in terms of putting down a framework on the proper and ethical usage of those technologies. And the third that equation is actually the consumers, us as users. Today, for example, in ChatGPT, when you go and try to use it, actually the first statement that it tells you is, I will not give you accurate information. I might hallucinate and produce something that is offensive, yet we still use it. Yes, we have millions of users have been adopting this technology in a matter of days. We're also taking a lot of risk, and we should be taking that risk responsibly and understanding the impact of it. If I have my private information available out there, I cannot come and complain later that I've been, my privacy have been jeopardized because I have been putting myself out there. There is responsibility on the producers of those technologies, as well as the government and the users of those technologies as well, being us, the individuals.
Great point. And I want to pivot from that to speaking more broadly about international cooperation in this regard, right? Christian, you're aware that there is a significant increase in cross-border data flows, especially that technology to some extent is not limited by the physical borders that we have set to ourselves in that regard, right? And there are two main issues that come to play there. One is that the regulations within those specific jurisdictions are different. People are taking different approaches to them, and that complicates more that cross-border data flow with all its benefits, right? And the second issue, which is, I would argue is a more existential question, is there are different values and belief systems in those countries to the extent that developers and policymakers, regulators, take different stands on what does it mean to be inclusive, or what does it mean to be ethical, or what does liability mean in that particular regard, right? Tell me more about how do you manage, or how should policymakers manage that international relation in the context that we just spoke about?
Yeah. It's a very important question because I'm a large proponent of co-creation, coming from an innovation background. And co-creation has to do with education in itself. Because if you discuss a certain topic with somebody, you learn from that person in either way. And I guess this is what should happen on an international basis. The speed in regulation, the speed in understanding, the speed in building up knowledge in the UAE, in the GCC market in general, is nothing like anywhere else in the world. And especially Europe is very slow when it comes to understanding what it's about, is very slow when it comes to understanding the implications of these technologies. And I just had 2 consecutive talks outside where people told me, well, it's hard to actually catch up with the speed of development, of technical development we see in AI. And that is the case for AI in general, but it's also the case for other technologies like the blockchain, for example. And people just cannot keep up. So how would regulators keep up with that speed? Because they basically regulate, at some point they publish a law, and then it's there for the next, 100 years. This is just not doable in this technology. You need a certain different mindset. And I find, coming back to your question, different regulators, different countries and entities may not want to learn from each other because everybody thinks they know it better on that level, I guess. But it is imminent to work together. Like we as humanity are interconnected with each other. at some point to some level. And we should talk to each other because the biggest problems we have in this world we can only solve together. And if China has a walled garden AI technology as well as policy, and all the other countries or territories follow, we have a very fragmented place where it's hard to tell, are you wrongdoing because you use a Chinese tool, or are you wrongdoing because you use it in your country? So where does the IP come from? Which ethics do apply? What legal consequences do you have to fear? To what legislation? So there's a lot that you have to think about. So regulation is not easy. And it's nothing like, well, there is AI, it will be in the future, let's regulate it, because it has different disciplines, it has a lot of complexity in it. And you can solve a lot of problems for good, and as we also heard this morning, you could also utilize AI for the dark side. And nobody wants this, but as always, there will be people that engage in that side, and we have to regulate and save citizens and secure citizens from those dark side developments. And Digital Dubai, we just heard it, Digital Dubai just engaged in this new platform driven by AI for the benefit of the citizens. It's not a monitoring system, it's not a dark side system, it is for the benefit of the citizens to speed up processes when they have to handle their daily tasks with governmental, semi-governmental entities, and so on. And we have to regulate this, but we also have to regulate scams and the dark side, people from the dark side, because they, in these quick times where things develop so fast, they're even quicker than everybody else on the bright side. Not even speaking about the regulators.
So to some extent, it's a little bit of a balance between the opportunity and the threat, and it's also a learning process, right? So that poses a question, especially to governance. They need to be more agile and different in their approach compared to the classical approach of what you mentioned, put up a policy, put up a law, and then expect it to be lasting for a number of years, right? There's a very different approach to that. And maybe, Dr. Moza, to that point, can you shed a bit more light about the role of government and the capacity in which you will adapt with the different market developments and how the government is changing in its role? You touched upon before kind of the collaboration with the private sector. Can you speak more to that, but also as well to how do you think about overall the market conditions socioeconomically? So for example, when it comes to job displacement, jobs replacement, are you also optimistic that this is not a big issue? What's your view?
See, I might sound too optimistic, but I do have concerns too. Just touching on the area of regulation that has been talked about, what are we trying to regulate? We are not trying to regulate the technology itself. We are trying to regulate humans, because the issues that we have today is how humans are using this technology in a way that harms humanity as well. This is why the problem is complex. Technology, we can solve it. We can have any kind of tool and any kind of framework, any kind of controls, we can shut it down. It's just humans that we need to, I don't want to say control, but have something to guide them through the proper usage of technology. And this is where the problem is. It's not easy to do that. Coming back to the role of the government, just before the session, we launched our Dubai AI platform, which is basically a generative AI-powered platform. We offer it to our citizens. Everyone who interacts with the city, not only the government, will be able to use that platform to obtain information or even run few transactions and services. The way we see this transforming the government is probably many years, not many years actually, a few years down the line, we don't even see citizens going to websites and mobile applications. We see them interacting with someone through a chat saying, I want to pay my bills, here is my account number, go do it, send me back the confirmation, and that's it. I don't want to be sitting and applying for something. And this is how we see the opportunity of such platforms and technologies that has to be leveraged. We see the government being an enabler, not so much being an operator. We enable the private sector, we enable collaboration, we participate in creating the thought, creating the legislation, not only for the city, but even at a global level. So the way we offer services to the citizen will drastically change, and we have started today with Dubai AI, and our role in the future will be much more focused on enablement and regulation as opposed to operating different services and systems.
Super. Chris, I'm aware of the time, but I just want to get your 1-minute reaction to what Dr. Moza just mentioned, coming more from the international view, also having seen and witnessed the developments that are happening in Dubai, specifically about things at the platform that was just mentioned.
So I absolutely admire these initiatives that you just launched with the platform. It's not like, well, let's wait how AI develops and then maybe at some point develop a platform that is driven by AI, and then also think about regulation, and many years go by and nothing happens. And again, not for the citizens. No, but it's engagement right now in favor of the citizens for the benefits. And that platform will evolve over time I guess, on a daily basis, not knowing it inside out, but on a daily basis, because AI is developing so quickly. Also, regulations are developing, not quickly, but they are developing. And we cannot wait for things to happen. We cannot wait until we understand. We have to take care about understanding. And this is what I absolutely love to do. Educate people, give people knowledge about new technologies so that they don't think, and they don't tell me what they just did before, I cannot keep up with the speed of the development of this technology development. But giving them a handle, giving them knowledge about what tools are there, which tools can you use. If you ask me this question today, maybe the answer, well, most surely the answer will be different tomorrow, because there are new tools, better tools, upgraded tools, and that goes hand in hand with upgraded security, that goes hand in hand with upgraded regulations. Maybe at some point you cannot use your favorite tool because it is from a country that prohibits to use this tool. Maybe from outside that country, maybe overall. And we as humans are curious characters, curious natures. I am myself, and I hope most of you are as well. And you try to find out things. How can I tweak? How can I be more efficient? And artificial intelligence is the best, well, technology. I wouldn't even say tool, but the best technology with its tools to speed up. So many companies are asking us, when we heard about artificial intelligence, are we able to use this? May we use this? How does this fit into our IT stack, our IT infrastructure? Are we legally responsible for any wrongdoings of our employees, of hackers? Is it then us who bears the burden? And all those questions are very, very important to ask, and it's very important to listen to everybody, because some people may have more issues with their own data privacy. Some people may not be interested in that so much, but they would be interested in how can I speed up my processes internally and foster growth, for example. And it's surprising how many companies have not actually given their employees any clue about AI. Or you can play around with it yourself, and if you use it, that's fine. Or you can create funny pictures with Midjourney, but maybe that has nothing to do with the processes of your business if you're from supply chain business. But AI can properly help with supply chain business, talking about big data and making use of big data. Everybody was talking about big data. No, nobody does. Well, maybe now we should talk more about big data, because AI can so properly help to trickle it down and to filter it to the needs you have. And on an international basis, as I said before, co-creation, collaboration, maybe do symposiums and learn from each other, because I think most countries don't know exactly about the regulations of the other countries, while they could learn very, very properly.
It's a learning process.
And especially about those very useful platforms like Digital Dubai just launched.
Fantastic. Dr. Moza, I just want to wrap up the session by getting your views, any final thoughts, anything that you want the audience to take away from this session.
I think I would definitely agree that moving forward, the effort has to be unified when it comes to regulating emerging technology. I wouldn't even say AI, any emerging technology that comes in many years down the line. The only problem that we have today is we don't have sense of urgency. We sit and we talk about it and we know what are the issues. We know there is biases, we know there is ethical issues in those technologies, but we didn't really reach to a stage where it's urgent for us to take an action, and this is where the problem is. Probably I started by saying AI has been there for the last 40 years. I hope that 40 years later we don't sit in the same place and say, we still have an ethical issue, we still have a problem with technologies, and what do we do about it? I think it's time for us to take an action and feel the urgency of taking an action as a globe, not only as individuals or in silos.
Thank you. And I want to close this by saying there's a shifting landscape that we're living in today in terms of intelligence, capacity, and power. And that makes I would argue, similar to how the earlier industrial revolutions multiplied the human potential when it comes to physical exertion of power and energy, to the extent that we now launch few tons of kilograms of mass to space without even thinking twice about it. There's a similar era that we're giving into by multiplying the human intelligence, and I think it's very interesting to see how that develops over time. An interesting aspect is that the human qualities of ethics and human judgment and empathy will continue to be and will be even more important going forward. And I want to pose one departing thought to you as an audience and saying, generative AI is promising a lot of potential and promising a lot of answers. So if we have all the answers that we need, what is the question? Thank you.
Thank you.
الحضور الكريم، ستبدأ الآن جلسة حوارية مع معالي عمر سلطان العلماء، وزير دولة للذكاء الاصطناعي والاقتصاد الرقمي وتطبيقات العمل عن بعد. تدير الجلسة إليني جوكوس من شبكة CNN الإخبارية. Dear guests, the next panel by His Excellency Omar Sultan al-Ulama, Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence, Digital Economy and Remote Work Applications, moderated by Eleni Giokos from CNN, is going to start now. الحضور الكريم، ستبدأ الآن جلسة حوارية مع معالي عمر سلطان العلماء، وزير دولة للذكاء الاصطناعي والاقتصاد الرقمي وتطبيقات العمل عن بعد. تدير الجلسة إليني جوكوس من شبكة CNN الإخبارية. Dear guests, the next panel by His Excellency Omar Sultan al-Ulama, Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence, Digital Economy and Remote Work Applications, moderated by Eleni Giokos from CNN, is going to start now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Your Excellencies. I'm so delighted to be with you today. My name is Eleni Giokos. I'm a correspondent and anchor at CNN, and we all know this incredible man sitting beside me. He is the Minister of Artificial Intelligence for the UAE. Minister, Your Excellency, lovely to see you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. You're very kind with your introductions.
We couldn't do this without you. I don't think you're the only AI minister right now in the world, right? We've got one more.
Actually, I discovered this year, yes. There's another person in the world, the Minister of AI of Spain.
Fantastic. So you're not alone in this industry.
I've been alone for a long time. Finally.
Finally.
My prayers were answered.
So I have a suggestion. So as I was preparing for this conversation, what I did was I opened ChatGPT up and I put in a prompt, questions for the UAE Minister, Omar al-Ulama, what should I ask him? Now you've got a choice. You can get me to ask you the questions, the robot questions, the AI questions from ChatGPT, or you can get the human questions. Which are you going to go for?
I would rather go with the controversial ones. Who's more controversial?
ChatGPT was not controversial whatsoever. So let's stick with my questions. How's that? Fantastic. Congratulations on many fronts. You've been recognized as Time 100's most influential figures for AI. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Minister Al-Ulama. You've also been selected by World Economic Forum as a member of the steering committee in AI Governance Alliance. The global dialogue has evolved dramatically this year. We've seen so many fears emerging, a lot of excitement, and a lot of money pouring into this sector. How are you positioning yourself into this dialogue, and importantly, in these vital strategic positions to come up with governance, given that you've been at this for a very long time, longer than most other countries have?
Thank you very much. It's first and foremost a pleasure and a privilege being with all of you here today. And I think it is timely that this assembly is an assembly on AI and generative AI specifically, because it is the topic of the hour. Everyone's talking about artificial intelligence openly. What is really heartwarming is the fact that for the first probably 4.5 years that I was on the job, I had to justify to people why I need to have a job. Everyone was asking me, what does a Minister of AI do, and why do we need that, and what is artificial intelligence, the hypothetical technology? Today, the debate is very different. The debate is, you guys were so far ahead, how can we catch up? The reality of the matter is, what we're seeing now is the beginning of a snowballing effect across industries. So this morning, I was with a group of the biggest retailers in the world talking about artificial intelligence and retail. And the honest answer is retail is going to be completely disrupted because of AI. And governance needs to be included in that debate because there's a lot of issues that need to be addressed. And I'll give you a simple example. If you want to become an important player in the retail industry and use AI, you need to collect as much data as you can on every single person.
That means privacy issues, right?
So there will be a lot of privacy issues. How do you ensure that you protect people enough that you don't hinder on their privacies, and you don't manipulate them using these systems, while at the same time not hindering innovation by letting someone else who starts a retail company in another country take over the retail giants or the retail players that's in your country? There are a lot of very intricate issues that need to be answered, and governments that are proactive, governments that have these discussions and dialogues more proactively, are going to lead the charge when it comes to shaping these systems?
Look, I've been reading a lot about some of the things that you've been saying regarding this industry, regulation, and governance, and I find it quite fascinating and, frankly, very relevant for you to be looking at artificial intelligence through the same lens as, the energy transformation globally, whether it's coal, whether it's enrichment of uranium. And you make the parallels that, when we first started getting into those industries, there was no governance and regulation. Only when a minister of energy was appointed did we start seeing those changes. So where do you see this going? Because there's no global standardization or global framework regarding how to deal with this enormous monster that is AI.
That's a fantastic question. So just to refresh this piece of information for those of you who have not heard me say this before, there wasn't a single minister of energy when there were countries that were dependent on wood-file and coal for their energy. Ministers of energy were appointed after oil and gas was necessary to keep the lights on and electricity became a fundamental requirement. The same as well was the case with regards to ministers of telecommunication, ministers of aviation, ministers of ICT. So every single time there's a technology that changes the world, there's a ministerial position that is created for it. Now, if you actually dig deeper into it, you'll see that the position was created after a big catastrophic event happened. So, do you know when the guidelines and the rules were put for aviation? After an airplane crashed into the Empire State Building in the 1920s. So in the 1920s, there was a person who was flying a military airplane. It's a B-29 bomber, I think. And it was a foggy night because there were no lights on buildings, because there was no radar systems or whatever. That person came head-on, full-on collision with the Empire State Building. Now, the building did not collapse. Some people lost their lives. But it made people ask questions. Why don't we have regulations for aviation? And then the regulations came to be. Now, my question is, we have not seen the catastrophic event when it comes to artificial intelligence. Should we wait? I advocate for us to be proactive because I think the scale of this is going to be unlike anything we've seen before. Now, on the governance discussions, and I'm probably an outlier here, I'm going to say something that's very, very controversial. People are saying we can govern AI. I think the discussions we're having on governance are non-starters. And what I mean by that is you can't govern artificial intelligence. It is impossible. And whoever tells me that they can is out of their minds. I say this with a lot of humility. And I'll tell you why we can't govern it. Artificial intelligence is not one tool. It is not one capability. A self-driving car requires very different governance requirements than a large language model, than a computer vision system, right? So you can't govern the technology. You can govern the use cases, and you can govern them as verticals.
So it becomes a lot more complex than governing other sectors in the past, right? We can concede that.
I don't know why we're actually calling it a uniform, like why we're calling it artificial intelligence. Because self-driving cars are inherently very different to large language models. It's as if you're saying, I want to govern electricity. So anything that uses electricity will have the same governance requirement. A light bulb will have the same governance requirement as a treadmill. It's very difficult for you to do that. What you need to do is talk about them in verticals. So we are pushing for as the UAE. We need to govern things as verticals. So let's govern large language models for large language model use cases. Let's govern self-driving cars for self-driving car use cases.
I think we've all seen the open letter to put a moratorium on the development of AI. It was signed by Elon Musk. It was signed by Steve Wozniak, one of the founders of Apple. The reality is that you even have some of the people behind AI signing this at the same time. By the way, people like Elon Musk pouring big money into the development of AI. So when this letter came out, and I'm sure many of you have seen it, were you also worried and afraid about what AI means?
I've been worried for a few years. Like, this letter didn't add anything to my fears.
Yeah.
But I will say this: there are different ways to be worried. Like, is anyone here worried about a meteorite hitting planet Earth and eradicating life? Yes, there is a fear. Do you guys live your lives under a bunker or a shielded environment? No.
Yeah.
We need to be pragmatic. There are fears that we need to be honest with ourselves and try to address and look at. However, Look at Elon Musk. I think Elon Musk is a great example here. He is trying to rally the public towards understanding the fears and the problems with artificial intelligence and the challenges as well. But he is investing billions of dollars in creating humanoid robots, in creating self-driving cars, in today running an AI engine, which is Twitter or X, and actually pushing the envelope and pushing the frontier. Because you cannot face challenges by taking a back seat. You need to be at the frontier.
But there's certain elements of AI that is clearly causing that fear. It's not all elements, as we have ascertained. It's a big range.
Autonomous weapons.
Yeah.
If I have a drone today that can decide to kill someone, and from a military perspective, it's a great thing for you to deploy. But then if this goes rogue, it's a big issue, right? So these are fears that we need to address and we need to look at. The only problem we have, people compare artificial intelligence to climate change. So the risk crosses borders, it's a big risk. I just want to ask you guys a question. How long did it take us to actually put a agreed upon governance framework for climate change globally?
We're still trying to do that.
So no, but the IPCC,
yes,
okay,
they are, but I mean, we're still trying to decide on so much, right?
So they agreed on 1.5%.
Yeah.
Okay. When did they agree? They started the discussions in 1980. They agreed in the 2000s. It took them 20 years to agree. Can we wait 20 years to govern AI? I think it's going to be too late. So I fear, my biggest fear, is we're going to take too long to address some inherent issues.
So do you predict a potential crash or catastrophe like you've played out in previous industries? Do you think that's inevitable for AI to finally get regulators to come together? And what would that look like?
It's already happening. And now the thing about it is it's about the level of catastrophe. So let me give you guys a few examples. And you guys actually might fall victim to this. So brace yourselves. So on the dark web, and I don't encourage anyone to go on the dark web, just to put it out there. On the dark web, there is a group called Group 66. And I'll tell you what they do, Eleni.
Yeah.
So you can actually buy a bot that is powered by a large language model. If you are the owner of a restaurant or the owner of a business, it will create an agent that will be of a certain gender, so a male or a female. It will go online to some of the dating apps, make someone fall in love with it, generate images of women, okay, or men, okay, and then start a romantic relationship. Then within a few days, tell that person, we should go out for dinner or we should go to this shop together. Let that person go to the restaurant, order the most expensive dishes, okay, from that restaurant, and then say, oh, I'm running late, sorry, this won't work, thank you very much, and delete the account. This exists today, by the way. So you guys can be stood up, for example, for those of you who are into this, the dating scene, you can be stood up by an artificial intelligence engine and you would not know what hit you. Now, this is not science fiction, it's not 2040, it's today.
Well, why would they do this?
Because if I'm a restaurant owner and I want to sell more.
So this is from the restaurants, right?
Yeah, like I would actually buy this bot. It's illegal, but there are use cases today that this is fraud, right? This is misleading people. There's another thing as well. Deep fakes are just getting started. And misinformation is just getting started.
It just sounds to me the range of dangers, right, are just so enormous to pinpoint. And this was what worries me about the regulatory framework. And one of the speakers before us was saying that, one actor woke up to hearing his voice on a documentary and he definitely didn't track that documentary. And I refer to the Writers Guild strike in the US, actors and writers worried about what AI means, and they put that into their list of demands when they were negotiating. And I think everyone was scratching their head going, we don't even know what to put into this final document because we just don't know what AI is going to do to the industries. So I guess the question that we've been asking ourselves, am I going to be replaced? Someone like me that's in the creative industry?
Well, in all honesty, I ask myself, will I be replaced? It's not just for people in the creative industry. And the fact of the matter is, you will be replaced if you don't embrace this technology. Okay. So I will share with you guys a thought. Do you know the difference? There's no dictionary in the world that will tell you the difference between the word complete and finished, right? But I want to give you a statement. If you adopt artificial intelligence in your life, you're going to be complete. If you do not, you will be finished. And if you try to reject it altogether, you'll be completely finished.
That's brilliant. I'm looking at my ChatGPT notes. I think we should, ask one of the questions from my prompt. There are a lot of things that are interesting in terms of what it came up with, and it really had to do with ethics around this and how the UAE is taking into consideration ethical violations, how you're dealing with that, and how you're working with other countries in order to deal with it. I thought that was a pretty good question. Well done, AI.
Yeah, excellent question. Although, I could expect this from AI. This is what it will ask.
Okay.
Look, our situation in the UAE is very different to many other countries. It's because we are a country of 200 nationalities. So if you come and tell me I'm going to create an ethical framework for any other country that has a big homogeneous society, it's very easy for me to actually say this suits my populace, this doesn't suit my populace, and I can do a small focus group and deal with it in a way that reflects the overview and the requirements of society as a whole. Here it's very different because I need to make sure that what is ethical is not just ethical for me, the person that's wearing the kandora, it's ethical for everyone in the room with their differences, with their uniqueness. And what we're trying to do in the UAE is the following. Some people are looking at this technology with the glitz and the glamour of it. So it's the silver bullet, it will solve everything, it will do everything, we'll just deploy it. We are thinking to ourselves and saying, okay, where can we deploy it in places or in different industries where there's very little controversy? So we don't want to go for controversial use cases today. Second is how do we ensure that quality of life improves rather than productivity? Yeah. So everyone's looking at it as a productivity gain tool. That is great, but the challenge with productivity gain is someone would actually replace you and would not be good for the quality of life of people. People like to interact with people. Like, for example, I could be sitting here and ChatGPT is asking the questions on the back, and I could answer them. Yeah. But it will not feel personal. There will not be the humor side of it. It's not going to feel like there's a good interaction.
And ChatGPT is just not as fun as I am.
And it's not as good looking as well.
Can't compete with that. Look, we've got a few minutes left and I've got a couple of questions. Let's quickly go through how society can change, transform for the better. What are you most excited about? And then we'll talk about what you're most fearing right now.
How many minutes do you have for this answer?
3:23.
Okay. Let me give you an equation for success. So the equation for success, and you can think about this in every facet of life. So I don't want to tell you that this is the one use case or the two use cases that are good. There was an equation that created all of the billion-dollar companies, all of the new technologies of the last 100 years, which is energy plus X equals success.
Yes.
And what that means is you can add electricity to anything, and you can create a multi-million or billion-dollar product or industry. So you can add electricity to glass and create a light bulb. You can add electricity to a carpet and create a treadmill. You can add electricity to wheels and you can create a car, or energy, right? Like it could be oil and gas or whatever. That was the equation for success in the last century. The equation for the success in this century is intelligence plus X. You can add intelligence to everything around you today. You can add intelligence to a light bulb and have the most efficient lighting system in the world. You can add intelligence to AC. You can have add intelligence to any and every product that you think about. Now, intelligence, the difference between energy and intelligence can be added into every different, whether it's upstream or downstream of any business. So you can actually add it within your operations. Yep. You can add it to manage your employees. You can add it on your product. You can add it to forecast new products or new designs. And I think here, the use cases are infinite. It's on us to create them. And we will see that. Now, another thing that's happening is we need less for more. So if you think about it, the companies that were the biggest companies in the world 100 years ago were companies that had thousands of employees. Look at GE, for example, it's a good example. Look at 3M. Look at these giant companies with tens of thousands of employees that changed our world. Today we're hearing about companies with 12 employees worth 50 billion, 100 billion, 10 billion. Why is that? Because with the power of the technology that we have, you're able to create a lot more with a lot less human resources. And that will actually give an opportunity for all of us to create something that is meaningful, to create something that can have an impact and to change the world.
In terms of the thing that fears you the most, and you were talking about less human resources, I'm just thinking less jobs. That immediately comes to mind, but perhaps you can fight me on that one.
Look, I know it's going to be very controversial and it'll make headline news tomorrow if I say I'm not worried about job loss. So I'm not going to say that.
Yeah.
I think job loss is a fear. My question is job loss indefinite? So if you lose your job today, will it mean that you will not find a job tomorrow? I do not think that is going to be the case. And I'll give you a simple example. The jobs that were created because of technologies that we use over the last 2 decades created jobs that we don't necessarily need. Like, we do not need social media influencers in our lives, but we have them, right?
That's a brilliant point, actually. It's true. Yeah. And they're making a lot of money. I mean, we're killing ourselves working hard. All we need to do is just photograph ourselves.
I'm treading on very, very worrying grounds here. Because I know, like, one influencer is going to post this and I'm done. No, but the reality is, these are jobs that we created as people, right? So social media platforms were there, and then certain people got more following, and we created this need based on a technology that existed. A lot of people are migrating from conventional media to social media. Like, Tucker Carlson, for example, is a good example. He used to get 3 million viewers on his show on Fox. He gets 100 million viewers today on X. It's giving us a new paradigm.
So every sector is evolving, definitely. I mean, look, I want to end off with something a bit philosophical, perhaps on my part, something, that I'm sure many of you are feeling in the audience. I generally have a lot of anxiety, whether it comes to climate change, worried about environmental issues, what it means for the future of my child. I'm worried about geopolitics, We're deep in the news, so we see all the events that transpired over the weekend, horrific. We don't know what's going to happen going forward. And then I wonder, can technology, can AI save us in some way as humanity, where we keep on making wrong decisions that are going to hurt us in the long term? Do you think that we can rely on you, Minister of AI, to help us find solutions to global problems?
It's a lot of pressure on one individual. I don't think...
You and the guy from Spain, I think you said. Right?
It's a lady from Spain.
It's a lady,
so there's
fantastic.
diversity already.
But look, I'm going to end on a positive note here on the philosophical side. No one who has changed the world has changed the world because of fear. Okay, so I don't think Elon Musk has pushed the envelope, or Nikola Tesla has pushed the envelope, or any of them, fearing about tomorrow. They pushed the envelope because they channeled this fear, and they channeled their energy towards something. I think if you have a fear, channel it. Channel it towards the future that you want to create. There's a lot of unknowns, and it is natural that we live in a world where there are unknowns, and we need to deal with them. My job is to tell you, first, empower yourself with the tools necessary, be aware of what is happening, and create this movement that will bring others with you. Because I don't think the future is going to be a selfish future. It's going to be a collective future.
It's going to be a great future.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Round of applause for His Excellency, Minister Omar Al-Alama. What a pleasure. And thank you for picking me over ChatGPT. I hope it stays that way
it will
going
always be
forward.
that way.
Yeah?
Thank you
So much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Great.
السيدات والسادة، نرجو البقاء في مقاعدكم. والآن مع كلمة رئيسية تقدمها السيدة كيارا ماركاتي من شركة Quantum Black McKinsey. Dear guests, the next keynote will be delivered now by Chiara Marcotti from Quantum Black AI by McKinsey. السيدات والسادة، استراحة لمدة 10 دقائق. نعود بعدها لاستئناف جلسات اليوم. شكراً. Ladies and gentlemen, a 10-minute coffee break starts now. See you shortly. Thank you. الحضور الكريم، يرجى التوجه لقاعة المحاضرات. سنستأنف خلال لحظات جلساتنا الرئيسية. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the auditorium. We will resume our main sessions shortly. الحضور الكريم، يرجى التوجه لقاعة المحاضرات. سنستأنف خلال لحظات جلساتنا الرئيسية. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the auditorium. We will resume our main sessions shortly. الحضور الكريم، يرجى التوجه لقاعة المحاضرات. سنستأنف خلال لحظات جلساتنا الرئيسية. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the auditorium. We will resume our main sessions shortly. الحضور الكريم، يرجى التوجه لقاعة المحاضرات. سنستأنف خلال لحظات جلساتنا الرئيسية. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the auditorium. We will resume our main sessions shortly. الحضور الكريم، يرجى التوجه لقاعة المحاضرات. سنستأنف خلال لحظات جلساتنا الرئيسية. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the auditorium. We will resume our main sessions shortly. الحضور الكريم، يرجى التوجه لقاعة المحاضرات. سنستأنف خلال لحظات جلساتنا الرئيسية. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the auditorium. We will resume our main sessions shortly. السيدات والسادة، نرجو البقاء في مقاعدكم. والآن مع كلمة رئيسية تقدمها السيدة كيارا ماركاتي من شركة كوانتوم بلاك ماكنزي. Dear guests, the next keynote will be delivered now by Chiara Marcotti from Quantum Black AI by McKinsey.
Good afternoon, everybody. So good afternoon. I'm very excited to be here. Maybe a few words about me. I'm Chiara Marcati. I'm a partner with McKinsey. I lead Quantum Black. It's our AI arm. I lead it for the entire EMA region. Just a little more about me. I think 3 numbers are important in my life. 20, 12, and 2. 20 is 20 years ago as the time I really started my first encounter with AI. I think it was love at first sight. Then I got lost in the world of business and consulting, but now I'm in the perfect spot where I was able to bring both together, the AI world and the consulting world. 12 are the number of years that I'm in the region that I call UAE home. My family is here, everybody is here, so I'm in love with this place. And my kids this morning asked me if I was going to the moon, because for you that don't know, in the Museum of the Future, you can go to the moon. Number 2 are my kids, the love of my life. One is 5, one is 4, and I take them in my heart wherever I go. So they're here with us today. So that's a little bit about me. Now, about GenAI. November 2022, a big revolution happened in the space of tech. Now, I don't want to bore you with all the technical mambo-jumbo of GenAI, and I love to trip, so hopefully I will not. But have you ever heard the word, "It's raining cats and"? Very good. GenAI can do that as well. GenAI can tell us what's the highest likelihood word, piece of content that it's coming. And how do they do it? There is something called foundational model that brings together all the zillion of data in the world, from Wikipedia, from internet, from the social media. And GenAI is that smart engine that reads into this complicated zillion of data and synthesizes for us. GenAI is the art of asking questions. Now, the second question you might have is, why now? Why not last year? Why not the year before? Why not 5 years ago? Why not in 10 years? Well, the answer is fairly straightforward. Now what we have the star aligning. We have 60 years of the Moore's law that allow us to give computing power at cheap price and in decent size, that we can put it in our office and in our home. 2, we have 40 years of internet that give us the biggest wealth of data that you can use to train your model. We had 20 years of mobile phone that give us the ability to have a supercomputer in our hand at all times. What more? Why not now? Now, GenAI is the art of asking questions, and there are 4 types of questions that we've seen are mostly asked to GenAI. We have analyzed more than 200 potential use cases, and we've seen that at the end of the day, GenAI boils down to 4 questions. Question number 1, it's concision. What is concision? Means the ability to ask questions. It's a virtual expert. I think the best example and most famous example is ChatGPT. That's a virtual expert. You ask random questions and ChatGPT answer. Now companies are revolutionizing their business. McKinsey has put together all their external publication, all the internal publication, all the expert interviews, every single piece of data, put it in a place, and now my consultant have a heads up in starting in the project. That's concision. Put your knowledge in a place and really ask a question, and GenAI give you the answer. Lawyers, I mean, amazing. The second type of question is coding. We have massive amount of money invested in software development, in AI development. GenAI can accelerate and help us get better and faster. A lot of the coding is about writing the basics, and then amazing coder add their brain to make it tremendously effective. Now GenAI can give us the basics. All of that is time that we save. So on coding and really getting a head start on software development. Question number 3 is content generation. This is one of my favorite. Do you know all these ads? Do you know how much time people had to put together to actually draw them? Now GenAI can do that. You can ask, can I have a picture of the style of Picasso with the rainbow color, with a twist of Taylor Swift? GenAI can do it. Now, I'm not sure why you use that picture for, but you can really ask everything. Marketing agencies and publicity and advertiser can really get a true head start. And the marketer can truly spend time in become a genius and add the creative touch to it. Last one is customer engagement. Customer engagement is, how do I get the sales agent to free time? Well, you know what? Now there is a virtual chat box that can do all the level 1. And this virtual chat box is not some silly chat where you write something and they answer something that doesn't have anything to do with your question or answer, yeah, thank you very much, but please call the call center, I can't answer. This is actually feels like a proper conversation, and they understand you, and they get to know you, and they can preempt what you're going to ask. Same as it's raining cat and dogs. He knows exactly, based on the problem that you outline, what's the solution and how to help you. Now, actually, before I go there, there's one thing that if you noticed, a thread along all this question. And the thread is productivity. The GenAI has a massive, massive impact on productivity. Now, that scares us. And let's think about AI in general. So AI went through 3 phases. AI as automation was maybe a decade ago or more, where the productivity was of the labor force, of the physical force. How can I get robot? How can I automate stuff that before I needed labor to do? Think about warehouses. Think about supply chain. Then there was another wave of machine learning. They helped us automate activity on analysis, forecast, and they got better at that. And now GenAI touches the knowledge worker, touches the brain of the workforce. Now, every time I say that, there is a silence in the room, and their question comes. So I'm going to ask, because maybe it's in your mind, does this mean job losses? Well, the answer is no. No, and why? Because we have interviewed more than 3,000 leaders. We do it regularly every year. And what we realize is that actually the leaders want to use that productivity to get more value. Let me give you an example. Like, if and in average, the productivity gain goes from 20 to 50%, depending on the line of business, which means you get from 1 to 2.5 days per week freed thanks to GenAI. And you know, there are 2 main levers that imaginary and visionary CEO are exploring with GenAI. Lever number 1, convert some of that productivity into well-being. Maybe that's the key to get the 4 weeks days, the 4 weeks working days, because I'm getting the employee to be as productive in less time. But my utmost favorite is number 2. Leaders are realizing that they can reinvent the way to do work. Let me give you an example. You are a salesperson, and you have to spend now 80% of your time producing report, reading material, and really getting ready for a meeting that lasts 10 minutes. Well, you know what? Tomorrow, it's not like that. All the material, everything will come to you. You just need to spend that 20% of time reading it, and then you can just connect with the human that is in front of you. That's going to be the new salesperson. Same for wealth advisor. Same for anyone that has to do with people. You can really spend time now with the people. And that activity, trust me, there's not going to be any AI that can automate. The connection, the empathy, that's only from human that will come. Now, going back to more tangible value, where is GenAI coming from? The value of GenAI. We have estimated roughly $4 trillion globally, a run rate will come from GenAI. Just to give a sense of balance, but $4 trillion, it's roughly 4 to 5% of the global GDP. So it's extremely significant. Which function? The main function are marketing and sales, software development. Those are things that are, and customer operation. Those are the three functions that are the biggest winner in this play. In terms of sector, which sector are the biggest winner? The sector that are the biggest winner are consumer, banking, and CPG. Those are the sectors that have heavy expenditure in those functions. Banks, the biggest expenditure for bank beyond personnel is software development, core system. And that can be massively reduced, 20–30%, significant reduction with the use of GenAI. GenAI can be incredible. Now, what is interesting, and this I touched upon already, is that the impact on productivity is quite big for the knowledge worker. And just to give you some statistics, 70% of the worker can be touched with this worldwide, 70%. And 50% of their activity can be automated. So if you like analogy, think that GenAI is a superpower backpack for knowledge workers to truly ship them to another dimension and truly reinvent their job. Now, the next question is, okay, but then why don't everybody do it? Why are we not cracking this? Well, the reality is 1 out of 10 cases is actually successful. 1 out of 10. It's a crazy statistic, but it's true. And you want to know the reason? The reason is quite easy. When we did the interview, and we interviewed leaders and followers, what we realized is that the laggards in AI, they will answer that their key success factor is the model. They will tell you that the key success factor is the precision and the beauty and the accuracy and the model. So they put all their money in hiring the greatest data scientist. Wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Model is only one of 5 success factors, and not the most important. What matters? So number 1, the things that matter is the data architecture. If you have a model, but you don't have the data properly in place, you cannot do anything. If your data are not organized, if your data are not there, and mind you, they don't need to be perfect. You can start small, but data are important. 2, cloud infrastructure. In this region, we are studying the possibility to lean more on cloud. But until then, cloud still remain a challenge. But this computing power that is required by GenAI can be done with regular service. We really need to find a way to unlock cloud. At least a target. We can start with a very powerful gaming computer. But if we want to become and scale this, we need to crack the cloud. Number 4, which is my favorite. People think that everybody is okay to using models that are in a black box. Everybody is okay to think and understand AI if they don't see it. Well, wrong. Human needs to see. So creating an interface that you can interact with, and at the end, GenAI is a conversational tool. So you want a tool to converse with, and that interface is extremely critical. And last but not least is my favorite, is the human. You can have the best GenAI in the world, but the reality is that if you do not put the human in the process, if you do not change the way the human are working, you have human on one side that they do things exactly in the same way, and you have the model on the other side that have beautiful results. So the integration of existing workflow and the human is paramount. I don't want to take a long time, but many times when I talk to leaders, the thing they ask me, okay, where do I start? Number one, know where you're going. Create a vision and a path for yourself. Do you want to be at the far front? What function do you want to improve? Where do you want the value come from? Know where you're going. Don't just randomly start. 2, data. Understand what you have or what you don't have. I have a client at the moment that he has no data, and yet he's launching GenAI. It's just getting and think external data can be offered. 3, the technology. Understanding how you use cloud and how you enable that is important. 4, talent. How do you train your people? 5, really an agile delivery model. Start small, think big. Start small, think big, just start. And 6, human. Invest on change management day one. For every dollar you spend in tech, you want to spend it in human. And then last but not least, if I reflect and I pause and really I think about my learning. 1, GenAI, it's not an answer to all the problems. So let's stop thinking that GenAI will be the answer of everything. It's not. 2, GenAI is new, but your business is not. So ask GenAI, but start with business questions. Solve your business issue with GenAI. 3, models are a commodity. Just get anything. Ask GenAI to give you the model. 3, the model are smart as the data. So let's give data. Let's be creative. I mean, honestly, Wikipedia is a data that everybody can access. There's the world of internet everybody can access. As I said, this is very important. Think big, move fast, and start small. Don't have the ambition to start too big. And last but not least, there are no silver bullet for hallucination. GenAI has a risk, and this is where the human comes. Thank you.
الحضور الكريم، الكلمة الرئيسية التالية يقدمها دكتور مارتن هاينيغ، نائب الرئيس الأول، رئيس المشاريع والتقنيات الجديدة، والعضو المنتدب لمختبرات ساب. Ladies and gentlemen, a keynote by Dr. Martin Heinig, Senior Vice President, Head of New Ventures and Technologies and Managing Director, SAB Labs.
So, hello everyone, and a warm welcome from my side. So, I'm Martin Heinig. I'm based in Germany, in Berlin, and I work for SAP, which is a global software company for business software. And I'm heading a department that is called New Ventures and Technologies, and what we do is we look into the opportunities of new technologies and try to apply them in an SAP business context. And today, I want to talk about business with GenAI. And probably there's no better place to talk about it than right here in this fantastic location. So thank you for the invite. So please have a look at this artwork. So probably some of you have already seen and experienced it, because what you see here on the slide is not a picture, it's actually a giant GenAI data sculpture. And this data sculpture is literally alive. And it's really fascinating when you look at it, because the way how it was created was by taking around 300 million of photographs of nature and then fed it into a GenAI algorithm. And so everything what you see here, all these shapes and pixels and forms and so on, they're not real. They all only exist in the mind of a machine. And when I first saw this, it was 3 weeks ago, actually, in New York, where I also met the artist, which is Refik Anadol. So he's from Turkey, now living in Los Angeles. And this is part of a bigger project that he calls Machine Hallucinations. And this work is called Nature Dreams. What a beautiful name, I think. And I had the chance to talk to him, and what he wants to do is, he says, I want the machine to dream, to hallucinate. And this is very interesting because when you think from it from a business perspective, that's exactly what we, for example, from SAP want to avoid. So the machine should not hallucinate. But what we can do is we can at least dream. And we can think and dream about a future that we want to live in, that we want to be part of. And I would say this is especially important if there is a very disruptive technology on the rise. A technology that can bring intelligence or life to things, as we have just seen it. A technology that completely reshapes the machine-human interaction. A technology that mimics humans, us, in a way we have never seen before. And this technology is at the same time very fascinating, but also maybe even a bit frightening. And you have seen it and also heard it that even experts are thinking about how to control this technology. Is it controllable? Is it already too late? We never know. But nevertheless, what we should do is we should think about how to use this technology, how to adapt, how to put a governance around it. Because we already see widespread adoption. We have seen it actually in the second keynote today. We saw like the ChatGPT usage. It was very, very fast. And for me, the main differentiator was the accessibility through a natural language interface. Because the technology and also the thoughts and the theories and the research behind it, this is not that new. It's since decades there's this machine learning research going on, but the breakthrough was the accessibility. And also thanks here to the McKinsey, so the numbers here provided, you see this is happening. And this is also happening globally. It's not like it's just happening in the Silicon Valley. You see this around the world. It's actually a kind of global arms race that we see now in the AI and GenAI space. And then, of course, also our customers, they reach out to us. And the SAP customers, as you can see here, they stand for 87% of total global commerce. These are like $46 trillion. So from someone from Germany, this is a lot of money. And of course, the customers are asking, okay, what does this mean for my business? How can I stay relevant? How can I stay competitive? And what we want to tell them is, what is our vision from an SAP perspective? And from an SAP perspective, what we want to provide to our customers are intelligent systems that can also then become self-evolving. And what does it mean? So today, we're talking about business insights. So there's a system, it gives you like an insight where you should look at, and at the same time, it should come up with some proposals for decision-making that are pre-simulated, pre-calculated, so that you can take the best possible decision in basically no time. Then we want to shift employee productivity, so it will reach absolutely new heights. Everyone, also in the other keynotes, were saying that. And this will change, so changing from tasks more to outcomes, and the system should help you with that. And then the system should also be able to understand what you're trying to do, should look at your business processes, should come up with new business process steps, maybe even completely new business processes, and should help you to transform your business. And then at the latest stage, the system should be able to even generate business logic on its own. With code generation, this is possible already today. And this is how it materializes. So the latest announcement from SAP was SAP Joule, which is our GenAI co-pilot, which will help you to do your business. And it will be embedded across the whole portfolio of SAP, so all applications. And it will then proactively give you contextualized insights, of course, SAP and non-SAP data sources. It will help you with your daily tasks. So for example, here it's about creating a job posting. It would help you to create the text for it, of course. Then it will put it in the system and put it live on your website if you want to. And then also help you on your business processes, for example, with SAP Signavio, as you've seen here. So a lot of aspects that I just mentioned. And in the end, I hope this will become your new best friend at work. So that's the idea, and I'm sure it will work out. But how does it look under the hood? So the idea is to bring GenAI and intelligence into the business processes within a smart AI assistant. And this should be relevant, reliable, and responsible, which is, in many cases, it's not if you just use, for example, plain a large language model. And in order to do that, you need a platform, an AI foundation, which is in our case the SAP Business Technology Platform. And the Business Technology Platform provides then access to two fundamental resources. One is the technology around AI, so can be different large language models. And the second one is data. And with that, ingredients, and then with the context that you get from the applications, that's important, that's the business context that you get from the different domains, then you can bring it back to the business processes. And it's also helpful to have this kind of architecture, because on the one hand side, you can, for example, change the prompts that you send to large language models. For example, if data privacy is an issue, you can anonymize the data. And then especially if you get the response back, you can check it for ethical responses or for hallucinations, for example. And then the beauty of the system is that it will be self-learning and it will become intelligent even more over time. Let's talk about the technology side. And here, partnerships are very, very important. If I would put it in philosophical terms, I would say we are shifting from competition to completion. In reality, it's probably also more co-petition in many cases. But in the end, I think partnerships are very, very crucial for success. And from an SAP point of view, this includes the strategic partnerships with the big tech players. For example, Microsoft is a great partner for us, but also Google or IBM. But also the smaller ones who have then very specialized technology that they offer, so can be even startups such as Aleph Alpha, for example, based in Germany, or Cohere. And then it's about either embedding this technology into the landscape or providing access to the technology and combine it with, for example, SAP data if you want to build your specific large language model. And talking about data, this is the second very, very important ingredient. And if you think of a large language model was trained by tons of unstructured data from the internet. And you also don't know if this data is always like true or false. And so if you get a response from a large language model, it's based on probabilities. So you can never be sure that if this is really the right response or if this is just a hallucination. So it becomes very, very powerful if you combine a large language model based on unstructured data with data from SAP systems, which is structured data, domain-specific data, and also data around industries, industry knowledge, and business processes. And this data in SAP systems is very valuable because these are facts. These are business transactions that really happened or will happen in the future in some parts. And so if you combine this, you can make sure that the responses that you get can be enriched with this data and can be checked. So this is the way to go. And if you do that, you can come up with interesting use cases that are relevant for our customers. So you can think of document processing, so invoice matching, for example, is one use case. It actually also started before the GenAI hype because it was also based more on the traditional machine learning part. But it can be interesting if you think of the second use case, which is around service tickets. So if you can then categorize service tickets, you can create responses with the help of GenAI and can be much, much faster in the customer service. And then the third one, it's around demand planning, forecasting from ZF Friedrichshafen. And I would like to go a little bit deeper on this one. So ZF Friedrichshafen, it's also a German company. It's providing systems for cars, so it's in the automotive industry. And what they wanted to achieve was they wanted to come up with a holistic planning for the system because they saw there's like a lot of changes in the industry, so their demand planning and forecasting was not perfect. And what they did is they came to SAP and they implemented now SAP Integrated Business Planning for supply chain, which is then connected to their ERP system, so gets the data out of the ERP system, can create a holistic planning for the whole company across all the system. And then they enhanced the demand and forecasting planning with AI, so AI algorithms. And just by bringing all the data together, putting a holistic planning layer on top, using AI and then GenAI, they have been able to increase their planning by 92%. So it's 92% faster and more accurate. And these are stunning numbers. So this is why I would say this is applicable already today, and it's a very, very nice use case. So what is my conclusion? So GenAI, it's happening now, and it's a very, very powerful technology. It already opened a new era in technology, and it's becoming much more accessible every day. And especially in the business context, we see that like the easy questions that you would ask with GenAI, like, I don't know, give me, how likely is it, for example, that the supplier will pay their invoices, like things like that will become to much more sophisticated tasks that you can ask the GenAI. So you can ask, like, how likely is it that the supplier will not pay their invoice? And then you can even say, generate me a report with all the suppliers who are very likely to not pay their invoices, and also give me the impact of my liquidity for the next quarter, as an example. So this task you can do with GenAI. So in conclusion, for me, it's not only a fascinating technology, I think it's a good thing to have, because the problems that we are facing are becoming much more complex. And if you think of our current environment, so for me, the world seems like to be in constant crisis mode. So just look at 5 minutes in the news, and then you will see what I mean. And then I also did not talk about sustainability yet, but like all these challenges that we face, we can maybe use the technology like GenAI to overcome these. So therefore, for me, it's great to be here. So let's come together in events like this. Let's dive into the opportunities, and let's build the future together. Thank you.
الحضور الكريم، ستبدأ الآن كلمة رئيسية يقدمها السيد مصطفى ظافر من شركة IBM Technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, the next keynote by Mustafa Dhafir from IBM Technologies is about to begin.
Assalamu alaikum. So proud to be here today and continue the discussion that has been extremely fruitful during the day about generative AI. I want to spend the next 15 minutes, give you a perspective on how do you use generative AI in our businesses? How does organization leverage generative AI that we have been talking about all this time in the business? I want to go back 6 years ago, right? In 2016, 2/3 of the organization was not even considering, or they were just barely evaluating whether they want to use AI in the first place or not. 6 years later, 2/3 of the organization have already implemented, either at scale or implemented a pilot for artificial intelligence. That tells us the speed of how organizations are really adopting AI. And then last year came OpenAI that opened our eyes on a new realm that we can produce new opportunities in the market. We start talking about generative AI because, yes, it's not only about text, right? And I think we've heard today from His Excellency Yunus around synthetic AI and how generative AI can generate synthetic AI, data, the use of images, the use of or producing images, producing videos, producing audios, producing code. This is all what generative AI can do for us. And really, OpenAI was the spark of this. And I think one of the things that happened as well is at least as individuals, we start to relate, what can AI do for me, right? And if you look at even at the organizations, 2016 versus 2022 or 23, more CXOs today, they are much more aware of what AI is doing, and they're having this conversation. I spend most of my time right now in IBM talking to CXOs around the Middle East and Africa around how they're using generative AI in their business. And it's a very, very interesting discussion, right? And I think the core of it is not the technology as much as the use cases being used. So, as we said, like 2/3 of the organizations today are implementing AI, and we believe that around 25% is really putting AI at work and putting AI at scale. Not everyone is putting AI at scale today. And out of those 25%, unfortunately, there's another element of AI that a lot of people, they don't look at right now, especially if they're in the piloting phase, which is the cost of doing AI, and specifically if it's generative AI. There is 1/4 of the people who put AI into at work, in production, at scale, realize what we call the cost of capital, or more than their cost of capital, which what we want from any ROI we want to do, right? It's not about the technology as much as what is the ROI for the business that is generating. So we're seeing more and more less organizations today have realized the right ROI that they need from AI and generative AI. And a big discussion that's happening with them is then why is there's a lot of inhibitors today, and I think we've heard it in most of the sessions today about the risks of AI, the challenges, and how is that really impacting the adoption of generative AI. But if we want to summarize it in a few areas, and through some of the researches that we did with our clients, we managed to look at least 80% of the responses were focused around these 4 areas, right, of why they're not adopting generative AI in specific, or AI in general, at scale. One is the explainability. Can we explain what happened? So we don't get into the hallucination effect. So we don't get into even the hypnosis effect, right? Can we explain what's happening in the background? Can we explain what happened in order an outcome to be generated? That was number one excuse for organizations not to implement AI. The second one was around ethics. And are we using it responsibly? Are we on the borderline of IP infringement when we use generative AI? And then we start talking about the bias. If we bring a model, do we know what is the data that was used to train these models? Are we sure that does not hold a certain bias? And then in general, like a lot of other executives that were talking about trust in general, they just don't trust it, okay? So all of these was like a spark of then, although there is a huge opportunity, we need to address at least some of these challenges. And I think His Excellency Omar said it extremely well. It's not about the governance of the technology, it's about the use of the use case or the governance of the use cases. How do we govern then the use cases based on the ROI and the outcome that we're expected from it? Then in IBM, we said, okay, then we need to start shifting the mentality of how we think about artificial intelligence, right? And GenAI being one of them. Instead of what we call plus AI, like we're doing our business, we have our own business processes, and that we're trying to add to it AI, I think we need to think about it from the other end, which we think AI first. If AI is to be implemented, we need to change a lot of ways that we are thinking about our business, even sometimes redefining the business models that we are using, right? But in order to do so, and in order to be an AI-first organization, we need to take 3 principles into consideration. Number 1, we need to generate competitive advantage and a differentiation. If we cannot do it, then better not do it, right? So how can I, even whatever model I'm going to use, especially in GenAI, how can I create a competitive advantage to my organization? The second principle is, can I scale with it? Yeah, it's very good sometimes we see a lot of demos and a lot of pilots, but can I scale this pilot to be in real production? What's usually hindering scaling AI is the data, and I think we've heard it a lot today as well. So can I get access to the right data that I need to scale with my AI use cases, and GenAI in specific? And then the third principle is, can I implement the use case with a trustworthy manner? So can the users who are using it are trusting the outcome coming out of it? Because trust, it means not only sometimes risks in our business, but even adoption, right? And we need to make sure that it gets adopted. So these 3 principles became like the North Star for us in IBM when we think about any GenAI implementation. And with that in mind, we created a platform that actually tried to answer these 3 principles for any organization when they want to put generative AI into their business. Number 1, what we call watsonx.ai, and it's basically the part of the platform that allow organizations to use the right models, not necessarily an IBM model, and not necessarily a model per se from a specific vendor, but the right model that actually can help them create a competitive advantage. Because we believe a lot in the use cases that will use multi-models in the same use case, whether because of cost or whether it's because of accuracy in a certain domain. And we're seeing multiple models coming even in the same domain, like large language models. There are many of them today. And I believe each one of them will have an advantage in one area. But once again, I'm a big believer that there is no one model that will rule it all, right? Probably the organization, not only the organization, but the use case will use multiple models from the same domain, from multiple large language models, based on what they're trying to achieve. So how can we build a platform or enable organizations to have a platform to onboard all the models they need? Actually, what we did in IBM, we started by partnering with Hugging Face to onboard a lot of their open source models. And then we build our own, and then we're allowing the organizations to build their own models, to fine-tune it, to do some prompt engineering in it in order to create this competitive advantage. The second part of the platform is around the data. How can I access the data that I need for the AI to scale? And GenAI in specific needs structured and unstructured data. So we are leveraging the data lakehouse technology in order to get a fit-for-purpose engines in a cost-effective manner to have access to the right data. Because sometimes I can get the data, but it becomes too expensive if I want to put it in one place for the AI to scale. The third part of the platform is around the governance. And I'll repeat again, and I really like His Excellency what he said, it's not about AI governance as governing the technology, but how can I introduce governance in the use cases I'm building? From the time I'm building it, Think about, can I put even in the models that I'm using, can it have data sheets that explain based on which data, which algorithms, and so on that has been used to be trained? All the way when I put the model into production, how can I monitor the behavior on the model in order to still give me the right outcome and the right benefit and the right accuracy that I need? So those three parts of the platform, this is what we are doing in IBM in order to enable organizations to implement generative AI. So the last thing I want to leave you with then, how do you use generative AI with organizations? We believe there are more or less 5 domains where generative AI becomes extremely helpful. Number 1 is digital labor, right? Digital labor, what I call personally having a sidekick for every one of our roles, right? How can I get every employee to have a sidekick that helps them do their job better, faster, more productive? Think about judges, think about doctors, think about call center agents, think about engineers in the field that are trying to fix something, right? Think about IT itself, right? And that comes to me to IT automation. How can I use generative AI to automate IT, to automate the way that we're managing our data centers, and we do more with less? The third part of the domains what we believe it can be a great benefit is around cybersecurity. How do we leverage generative AI in cybersecurity? And in the sense of really trying not just to detect what's happening, but to be able to generate the right scripts for a recovery or to ensure resiliency of our data centers and our environments. Another area where we use generative AI is around sustainability. How do we build models using generative AI that help us in the sustainability, in optimizing our data centers, in learning from other people architectures and spends in IT in order to create green IT and green data centers? And last but not least, AI modernization, application modernization. How can I use generative AI to modernize a lot of the applications, especially that helping us in the journey of cloud, and I want to start generating code of Ansible that automate my infrastructure, or I want to transform a code that has been written in COBOL, one of the old mainframe languages, into Java and Python today. This is all can be done with the help of generative AI, right? So 5 discrete areas that we believe can help organizations, but I think the sky is the limit when we do it at the right governance at the use case level. Right, anyway, thank you so much for your time, and I hope it was informative for you.
السيدات والسادة، الآن مع جلسة حوارية مع جوليان سيمون من شركة Hugging Face. Dear guests, a fireside chat with Julian Simon from Hugging Face is about to start. Please remain seated.
Good morning, everybody. I wish I could be here in person, but I have a very full schedule, so at least we get to meet virtually. I hope to be in person next time. My name is Julian. I'm the chief evangelist for a machine learning startup called Hugging Face. I've been with Hugging Face for about 2 years. And the mission of Hugging Face is to promote open source, state-of-the-art AI. We built a website, which is called the Hugging Face Hub, which happens to be the focal point of open source AI. People call us the GitHub of machine learning, which I think is a fair analogy. Just like you go to GitHub to find and share models, find and share code, you go to the Hugging Face Hub to find and share models and data sets. And we also build libraries, open source libraries that are extremely popular. So if you want to think about Hugging Face in 3 words, open, simple, and state-of-the-art, right? We insist on those 3 things. help you work with the latest and greatest models coming from the best tech organizations in just a few lines of code and keeping everything open source and transparent. Before working for Hugging Face, I worked for AWS for a few years. And in fact, Hugging Face is also partnering with cloud companies such as AWS and others, as well as hardware companies like Intel, AMD, to help accelerate those models on different hardware. So it's a very, a very lively platform, very busy platform. We have a huge community, and we're really excited to help customers build with open source AI. Sure, let me explain what we do on the open source side, what we do on the commercial side. So on the open source side, and first and foremost, Hugging Face is a technology company. I would say 90% of the team is engineers and PhDs. And again, first and foremost, we contribute models, data sets, open source libraries together with the community. And that's really the core of the company. We insist on keeping everything open so that if you decide to work only with open source, you can really build everything you want to build. Of course, for commercial organizations, there's always the need to go faster and not reinvent the wheel and focus on solving the business problem with AI. So for this purpose, we also build some commercial services for application hosting, model deployment, etc., etc. And as mentioned before, we partner with cloud companies so that you can take your existing state-of-the-art model, right, that was released by Meta or Google or whoever, and in just a few lines of code, deploy it in the cloud and train it in the cloud if you want to fine-tune it, if you want to specialize it for your own purpose. And again, the vision is to stay open source, but also make it easy to run all the open source ecosystem that we steward in the cloud across different hardware. So I can give you maybe a few examples. I'm meeting with a lot of customers, including in Dubai, amazing conversations. So lots of generative AI scenarios deal with increasing productivity, maybe replacing manual processes, maybe replacing legacy IT. And a lot of that has to deal with document management, classifying documents, summarizing documents, validating documents. Did the customer sign this? Did the customer tick the right box, etc.? And these are reasonably easy to automate. Code generation also, helping developers write better code quicker is very important, and code generation model can help you do that. Of course, chatbots, knowledge bases, finding the right information at the right time is very important too. Content generation, answering customer emails automatically, generating marketing content, generating email campaigns, personalized in natural language, generating images, branding, product placement, and the list goes on. I mean, I could go on for 2 hours. So there, generative AI really brings a lot of new capabilities for enterprise and public sector customers to innovate. How can we help startups is a really good question. It's not just for large customers. I mean, startups need to be very nimble, right? Finding product market fit, going quick, finding the right product for and getting user feedback on it is critical. And obviously there are so many things you need to do in a startup. You have a small team, you have limited time, you have limited capital. So you have to pick your fights in a way. So what's the core value proposition of your startup? What's the core product you're trying to build? Everything around it is needed, but you can't build everything yourself. You should not reinvent the wheel. So if you need, let's say, if you want to build voice capabilities in your app or in your service, you will need speech to text, okay? There are plenty of good speech to text models out there, and you can integrate them easily off the shelf in your app in just a few lines of code. Maybe you need to deal with multiple languages, right? Because you serve international customers and you will need translation models. There are plenty of good translation models, etc. So a lot of those tasks are really commodity tasks now, and you can solve them with pre-trained models and a few lines of code. And then maybe for the core business stuff, there's an opportunity to actually create value by training or fine-tuning a model on your own data. So maybe a chatbot, maybe you're building a customer support application, maybe you're building an online banking application, who knows, and you want to have a unique experience. And that unique experience can come from, again, a pre-trained model that you fine-tune on your own data. And that creates, I would say, defensible intellectual property. And it actually adds value to the startup because you have this asset trained on unique data that no one else can easily replicate. So it's a balancing act, you know, the commodity stuff, go quick, take it off the shelf. The core value proposition, build it yourself. It's simpler than you think, especially with Hugging Face, and you just add value to your company. For large companies, I think it's even more important because generally, again, you know, innovating is key for them. They may have a stable business, you know, they've been going on for 50 years. They have no reason to worry, and yet it's a competitive market. So one of their competitors could actually create that, you know, new model or that new user experience based on data, and you know, and the rabid startups could be doing the same. So I think it's not, you know, I'm not promoting fear or anything like that, but I think large companies, large organizations have a ton of data, right? That's the main asset they have. Smaller startups may not have that. So if you're a manufacturing company, you have mountains of data. So you need to go and unlock that data, which could be, you know, somewhere in the company. Identifying what you have, you know, listing what you have is already a challenge. But if you go and do the data work, the data engineering work, which is really the prerequisite, then you realize you have unique data going back maybe decades, right? And I keep telling customers, if you have financial data from 30 years ago, it's still very good. We worked with Bloomberg, one of our customers, to help them train their own model called Bloomberg GPT. Bloomberg is known for having tons of long-lasting quality data, right? So that was a good thing to do, but other companies can do that. If you have healthcare data from 50 years ago, it's still good. And guess what? It will still be good in 50 years. So if you invest in preparing your data, curating your data, then you can radically improve and maybe invent business processes that, again, give you an edge on the competition and help serve your customers better. So that's really what everybody is looking at. Not so much about the latest and greatest models. Models will come and go. The data may live on forever. How does Hugging Face differentiate? So we're open source, and open source. Some open source companies in the past have gone, you know, as they grew, they've gone the community edition versus enterprise edition route. We're not doing that. Everything we build, everything the community builds is open and will stay open. So again, if you're a student or if you're a small company and you just want to tinker, experiment, you can do everything the larger players do, working only with open source. Okay, and we think open source models have they level the playing field really, because you get access to the latest and greatest models, like the Falcon model that was trained in Abu Dhabi, which is currently the best open source large language model available. You can use it in a few lines of code. You also get the full transparency. You know what the models are. you know what the architecture is, you know what data they've been trained on. The data sets are actually on Hugging Face as well, right? The data set for Falcon is available. You can see exactly what went into the model. There's probably a research paper telling you what happened. And then, of course, we take those models and we integrate them in our own library, so we write the code for that, and you can read that code, and you can contribute to that code. So the full transparency is critical, at a time where you see other products which are closed models living behind APIs. So what are those really about? If you're in a heavily regulated industry, you need to know. And even just as an engineering, company, you and an engineering team, you want to know what you're working with. So we give them transparency, we give them privacy. They can host the model anywhere they like. We tend to prefer the cloud, but there are other options. And no one should see the data that you send to that model, and no one should see the data you use to fine-tune the model, etc. So we think open source AI brings maximum transparency, maximum compliance, maximum privacy, maximum flexibility. And again, we believe and we see when we work with customers that the best business value, the highest business value will be realized when you take those off-the-shelf models and specialize them on your own data. That will always work better and be more cost-effective than working with a humongous general-purpose model. So who are we partnering with? When I say the community, what do I mean? It's a very wide community. It really goes from individual developers, students, etc., enthusiasts, contributing data, contributing models, again, contributing to the open source libraries, all the way to the largest tech organizations. And in fact, we had a Series D round just a few months ago. And so now around the table, we have companies like AWS and Google and IBM and Microsoft. And now I have to list them all. And Salesforce and Intel, AMD, NVIDIA, Qualcomm, and I hope I didn't forget anyone. So these companies are investors in Hugging Face, which validates the open source AI philosophy and also makes it easy to partner with all of them, right? So you will find all those companies sharing models amazingly. So we have Salesforce models, we have Google models, we have Microsoft models, we have Meta models, the famous Llama 2, right? It's not open source versus the rest of the world, right? As some people initially thought. It's really open source AI across the world. And the largest tech companies will still share models, and we thank them for that. And they will also work on their closed models because they think these are too competitive and too specific to their business, and that's fine. I think there's room for all of that, and we really want to make sure, again, the state-of-the-art models remain open and that there is an alternative. And sometimes when we see a missing link in the open source portfolio of models, we go and train it. We released several models that are pretty unique and that are alternatives to closed models. So again, it's not a fight. It's a collaboration. It's a competition. It's the two things. But I think it's really important to realize that open source AI has made a lot of progress in the last few months and is now extremely competitive with the best models. And so let's see what happens in the next few months. Where is GenAI going? I don't have my crystal ball. I guess I need a model to answer that question. I think we've only scratched the surface, right? I think the launch of ChatGPT and the followers was a breakthrough, a technical breakthrough, but also I think a business breakthrough in the sense that now all of a sudden, all of us could experiment, not just engineers, right? Finance teams, HR teams, marketing teams, sales teams, they could figure out what AI could do for them and their customers. So that's very valuable. And again, we've seen a ton of progress. Having said that, the pace of innovation is still crazy. I mean, literally overnight, you see new models being released that improve, cost performance 2x. Right? You used to do this with a 13 billion parameter model. You can do better with a 7 billion parameter model. So I think we've only scratched the surface. There will be more technology breakthroughs. We will be able to build smaller, more nimble models that outperform the bigger models. We'll be able to get amazing performance through hardware acceleration. We'll be able to bring those models to edge devices, smartphones, et cetera, et cetera. And also integrating different types of data, text, images, voice. A lot of the work has been very tech-centric. We see some image generation tasks, but what happens when we start integrating voice, and all three modalities? I think we're going to see much more. So I think this is only starting. It's the AWS CEO said we're 3 steps into a marathon. I think we're 3 steps into, a 5,000 kilometer trek. So there's still time to get started, but it's never been easier to start experimenting. I would encourage everybody to do it. Thank you. Thank you for having me. And again, next time I will be there in person.
السيدات والسادة، نختتم جلساتنا لهذا اليوم مع جلسة حوارية مع السيد عادل الرضا، الرئيس التنفيذي للعمليات في طيران الإمارات، والسيد توم إشرود، شريك البيانات والتحول الرقمي في شركة كوانتوم بلاك AI by McKinsey، والسيد أيسر يوسف، رئيس الذكاء الاصطناعي والبيانات لدولة الإمارات في مايكروسوفت. تدير الجلسة السيدة لورا باكويل من شبكة يورو نيوز. Dear guests, now the final main session features a panel session hosting Adil Arida, Chief Operations Officer of Emirates, Tom Isherwood, Partner, Digital and Analytics at Quantum Black, AI by McKinsey, and Aiser Youssef, Microsoft UAE Data and AI Lead, moderated by Laura Buckwell from Euronews.
Well, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to our final panel discussion of the day. Here, of course, at the Dubai Assembly for Generative AI, where we are going to get some critical thinking going now around how generative AI can fuel growth in aviation, ladies and gentlemen. And what an impressive panel lineup we have here for you today. As you can see, yes, we have Adil Al-Reda, Chief Operations Officer at Emirates. Very warm welcome to you. Thank you so much for taking the time out for us here today. We also have Aiser Youssef, Data and AI Lead at Microsoft. Very warm welcome. And Tom Isherwood, Senior Partner at Quantum Black AI by McKinsey. A very warm welcome. Well, in order to get our audience up to date and to get a sort of better understanding as to where we are right now in terms of AI, generative AI, within the aviation industry, get us up to speed on exactly where we are now. Adil, please do start us off.
Thank you. I think we are excited on the advancement in technology and the quantum computing that has given us the opportunity to do many things that we have not been doing it in the past. But what's happening so far is that we are dealing with this matter and taking advantage of technology in a fragmented manner. We're talking about AI and leaving behind the generative AI. Data analysis has been there since many years. It's not something new. We've been doing it for all the time, analyze data, predict our expectation on different systems. But we want now to go to our customer and use generative AI to give the customer the experience they deserve, and at the same time provide companies the efficiency they've been asking for and looking for. If I ask the audience today, how many of you have used an automated telephone answering from many companies, and how many of you have been satisfied with that? From my situation, out of 10 experience, maybe I was satisfied with 1. Most of the companies have implemented that to gain benefit from reducing resources, but giving 0 experience or satisfaction to the customer. If I use artificial intelligence to host companies' data, and I have an interactive session with somebody simulating some part, an element of the human brain that we can communicate to, look for the information, and give me the answer I want, instead of keeping me on to left and right on some information that I don't need. And there where we need to move to with generative AI. In Emirates, we have taken that step, and we are experiencing and will be displaying, hopefully, in the month of November, how we will do a step change in training our cabin crew from a traditional trainers to using generative AI and delivering a very complicated training to our cabin crew. I'm sure serving customers cannot be more complicated than establishing a training syllabus. So, and here where I want to look to our technological partners, not to be selfish in trying to develop a system that suits them and generate the maximum revenues. Look for systems that, number 1, provide the high level of customer service, and secondly, the efficiency to the company. So looking back to customizing whatever application we're going to be developing in the future based on generative AI and artificial intelligence. Combine the 2 power together, and you will get the best of both worlds.
Very exciting indeed. And as you said, customer experience really is everything, and something, of course, that Emirates very much prides itself on, and rightly so, of course, as well. Over to Tom. Tell us a bit about, set the scene for us a little bit as well in terms of the aviation industry.
Sure. When we look at the aviation industry, as Adil said, AI is not new for the aviation industry. What is relatively new, though, is GenAI. And so, in the past, we used AI for prediction, for analysis. Now it's also at how can we use AI for generation, for creation. And when we look at this, we see 2 big opportunities for aviation companies. First is in significantly improving the customer experience. And second is in significantly increasing the productivity of employees. When we look at what you can do with customer experience, the sky's the limit, but just to think a bit about it, you can reimagine entirely the booking experience so that you can give suggestions, ideas. You can actually answer questions on the spot about the itinerary that maybe people would otherwise have to call up a call center to understand. That could be a much better experience. That could also lead to revenue growth as you actually inspire people and give them ideas they didn't have to begin with. You could think about improving that experience when there's a problem, when there's a flight delay or something else. How do you actually meet them in that moment instead of giving them an automated message and a call center they can't reach? You can also even think about actually how you get better data about your customers using AI too. So there's a lot of ways that generative AI can improve customer experience. The other side, though, is equally important, even if it's a bit less flashy, which is it'll improve the productivity of employees, whether they are in your IT shop, where we've seen coding co-pilots can double the productivity of programmers, whether it's in your call center, where again, you could generate an automated customer profile for anybody that calls in, which can then improve your ability to actually meet them where they are. Or whether it's even with maintenance, in operations, and actually giving people the ability to have, again, an AI assistant or agent that can actually support them as they're having to make decisions when they're actually, doing hands-on maintenance or operations work. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for GenAI in aviation.
And at the end of the day, it is that seamless customer experience that everyone wants. And I was also reading that the figures, are shocking in terms of passenger growth that are set to hit 4 billion by next year and then double that by 2036. There's a lot to do, and obviously AI is going to be a solution. Isa, over to you.
No, absolutely. I think the opportunity is massive, and of course the risks and associated with the opportunity so far, in my opinion, remains to be also an area that needs to be looked at. Yet, I think the benefits that are expected from this would be quite remarkable. And within the aviation industry, I think, as Tom and Mr. Adel mentioned, there is the customer-facing part, which is where the passenger impacting the journey of the passengers, and whether before, after, or during the travel itself. And then the back office efficiencies that generative AI would be bringing. And in my opinion, I think the opportunity now is to make sure that at least there is an acceleration on how we can reap the benefits of GenAI, because I think at the moment there is lots of potential opportunities that we can look into, especially when it comes to aviation, and how best we can manage where the technology is today, at least to build the pipeline and the future for how the aviation would look like in the coming 18, 24 months. Because despite the fact that within the past 11 months or 10 months since OpenAI released ChatGPT in the market, the maturity level of the technology has evolved tremendously, which means that there is a train that or a plane that we need everybody to be on, and make sure that we are able to catch that as soon as possible, even if not into a customer-facing related use cases, but ideally in areas where we are building the momentum and the capabilities into the future as well. And that would have lots of pull, I would say, from different parties, especially within the aviation industry. And Emirates is no stranger to the innovation. One of the most well-respected brands across the world, and AI and data is in the DNA of what Emirates is doing day in and day out. I'm working with Emirates for the past, I don't know how many years, and I know exactly what is being done there. So I think this poses itself as a golden opportunity to capture the momentum and build on top of what have been built so far. And in my opinion, this is going to be a complementary story on top of a well-established foundation that the aviation industry have, but Emirates in particular have been pioneering on that domain and be able to build on top of that gradually.
Adel, I wanted to stay with customer experience for a while, just for a moment. So how exactly do you envision Emirates Airlines' sort of role within this? And not just giving an efficient, but a truly seamless, more personalized experience. Is there anything that you can sort of tell us as to what is on the horizon?
Before I tell you Emirates' vision, I think let's look on today's realities. And look who's the gainers and who's the losers. During the pandemic, many companies have gone toward cost reduction and cost saving to survive. Maybe they have survived for a short term, but they're dying now because they went and cut down on the level of product innovations and investment on customer experience, on what we can offer the customer. If you ignore the customer element in any business you do, it's a short gain but long-term death. You are digging your graveyard. That's exactly what you're doing. And many companies, today they are realizing, I'm talking the airline business, the mistake they have done by going after cost and ignoring the customer experience. Now we need to take the customer experience in a different level. and a level that what the customer want. Everybody wants to do things in his own. They want to interact seamlessly in their activities. 5 years ago, maybe we were dreaming to get 5% or 10% of our online booking done directly by the customers. Today, with the technology advancement and availability of many of these devices, we're seeing more than 50% of our customers do their business direct with Emirates. Not too far in the next future, we will see maybe close to 80% of our customers want to do that. So we need to equip them, and we need to reduce our costs. The different type of people or activity, when you go to an airport and you want to do checking in, why you want to deal with somebody is asking a question, where's your passport, where's your ID, here is a boarding card, and here is a tag. You want to do that seamlessly, but at the same time, you want somebody to give you the answer. Can I take this in my bag? Am I allowed to take this visa? Am I allowed to do this one? If you are able to interact seamlessly with a system that gives you that information in much more faster, but more importantly, much more accurate manner than a human being, wouldn't that what you want?
Exactly.
And this is what really we are going toward, and that's what we are building on the future to give to our customers.
And it's marrying those two elements, isn't it? The technology with that human element and making sure that that human element is still around. Exactly. Tom, over to you. Tell us a little bit more about the power of advanced analytics and some of the challenges that you've seen within the industry, and also some of the solutions that you've managed to provide at Quantum Black AI by McKinsey.
Sure. Look, one of the exciting things about this is that it's not just a technology that can help us to analyze data better, but it's also technology that can help us to fill the gaps in the data that we have, or take in much broader swaths of data. And for me, the aviation industry is an interesting example of this. The reason why is, if you compare this to banking or to telecommunications, it's harder to know your customer as well in aviation. You know, if you're a bank, you have a relationship with your bank for a decade. When you have a phone, you have your phone number with that telco company for a decade or more. They can really learn a lot about you. Now, for aviation companies, you can get the same sort of thing with your loyalty programs. I mean, Skywards is obviously the best example of that, probably. But what about all the people that aren't frequent flyers with you? What about the ones that just fly once or twice a year? It's very hard to get to know them as well. If you can't know them as well, it's hard to help them or to serve them in the best way. And so for me, think about just one example of this is you can use generative AI to put together almost immediate kind of customer profiles, so that when someone has a delayed flight and they call your call center, you don't have to spend 5 minutes on the call center trying to figure out who this person is or what's their situation or what's their problem, but you could actually have a GenAI kind of summarized customer profile for the agent in the call center to be able to immediately understand, here's your situation, your flight was delayed, you're traveling with your kids, you've got a connection, let me tell you what I think I can do for you, right? And that's a very different thing than what we have today. And for me, that's just an example of kind of what the power of AI could be here. And it highlights I'll say one last thing about what this highlights for me is that in Quantum Black, we talk a lot about hybrid intelligence, because we think the real potential for AI is not just big foundational models with apps built on top that run in the background in an automated way. The real power is when you can combine this with human intelligence and human interaction, and make people, for instance, in the call center, much more productive, much more effective, and frankly, actually let them do the part of their job that they probably enjoy the most too, which is solving problems for people, not looking things up on a bunch of systems that maybe don't connect. So I think this is really going to be transformative at multiple layers.
Isa, speaking of challenges, we heard earlier that privacy is going to be the #1 challenge, as well as many others. But what is your take on that, and how can we overcome these privacy issues, and what else is there that you're finding a challenge at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely. I think privacy and security is a big concern when it comes to the adoption of generative AI technologies in general. And it's a common concern that we hear from multiple industries, of course, including aviation. And the challenge definitely is from the fact that you're handing over a piece of data to a model to process and then generate some content based on that. And that ambiguity, whether that data is being used or leaked for other organizations, and infringement of IP is a big concern. And this sometimes make it a little bit more difficult for organizations to even scale and adopt the technology because of the concerns around that, especially when we talk about use cases where there's a customer-facing or brand impact with that. I think from that angle, there would be a combination of things that needs to be done. And this is not only a technology aspect. So there is a technical part of that from technology vendors. And this is where organizations and the industry should be looking at how the technology vendors are providing those technologies, how they put the guardrails into the technology itself to protect the IP of different customers who are using the technology and make sure that there is no potential challenge from that angle. So this is one angle, but at the same time, this might not be even satisfactory for lots of industries, including aviation, where those guardrails as well needs to be, in a way, flexible in the hand within the airline to be able to put those guardrails and security constructs to make sure that there is no potential also leakage for that. There is the part from the technology vendor, there's part from the customer. But there's one significant part that adds to the formula is the regulatory bodies. And I think this is an area that collectively something that we will need to work on. I'm not talking about the technology vendors or the industry, but also the government bodies. And I know that this is something that is coming new to the market, and there are lots of initiatives from the UAE government around that area, how we build the regulatory constructs around how we manage generative AI across aviation and other industries as well. So I think it's a triangular solution on this particular problem, and it needs the collaboration from the different parties, not necessarily only from one single party, because the regulatory body, the tech vendors, as well as the customers, all of them would be contributing to that. And as I earlier mentioned, this is a new technology. There are lots of learnings that we are capturing as part of the process. I think we need to be probably cognizant of the fact that we are all learning, including the technology vendors on this journey, where we're trying how we can bring the best out to the market, yet there are lots of great feedback and challenges we are hearing from the market, and this pushes us to go and think out how best we can bring in the technology that our customers can use. And to Mr. Adil's point at the beginning, definitely it's not just about designing the technology where we can make the maximum profit out of it. We want to make sure that our customers can use it, because if we guarantee you use it, the profit will come as a consequence for that.
Because correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems that privacy and security is always going to be an issue to some degree going forward. You're never going to sort of not have those issues, but it just depends on sort of building trust and the right technology going forward, right?
Absolutely. There's a maturity curve that is being built, and the technology is getting advanced. The regulatory constructs are being advanced on that direction, and we are evolving on that front. It will remain to be a concern, not only with generative AI. I mean, when you talk about security and data privacy across everything that we're doing today, there is always that element. And with GenAI, I think it is being magnified a bit because of the fact that you're literally handing over data to some sort of a model at the back end. You'd be concerned what will going to happen with my data, especially if it's a corporate data sets that we're using here.
Well, Adil, sustainability and environmental concerns, of course, are very much in focus right now across all industries, and very exciting. We've got the lead up to COP28 here as well. However, it's been said that generative AI has the power to solve many long-term challenges. I've been reading here, pioneering sustainable practices such as reducing fuel burn and carbon emissions through smart navigation, for example. A very good example there. So what exactly is Emirates Airline doing in order to sort of help a greener and more responsible aviation industry?
Yeah, I think technology will play a major role in providing solutions to some of the initiatives we've been thinking about in the past. Using alternate fuel to burn, that's one solution which will not be there tomorrow. It will take its own time when it becomes available across the globe. But one of the things that has been an issue within Europe, here, America, everywhere, is our ability to manage the flow or the route of the aircraft in a more efficient manner. There's nothing worse in polluting the air than when you arrive to within a close vicinity of an airport and you have to hold for half an hour, 15 minutes, 10, burning a fuel that has been burned for no use other than just because we did not manage the flow of that aircraft from its departure until its arrival. There are tools now that can be enhanced by the application of AI and application of better technology for us to do it. Now, we are an airline. We cannot do that by ourselves. We need the air navigational service providers. We need Eurocontrol to engage in doing that. And some of these organizations are hesitant to move in that purely because of the investment required to be put forward. And they should put this aside and think on the investment in long term that's gonna provide the global by reducing less or by consuming or burning less fuel. That's where we need to go. And today, technology available, applications available, but need to be adapted and implemented in a much more better way and coordinated manner.
And yeah, so it's getting AI to detect these different routes to minimize fuel consumption is absolutely genius. And every step towards those greener goals is essential. And that's a very, very interesting part there. Moving over to Tom very quickly. Let's talk a little bit more about collaboration and how airlines and technology providers can collaborate further, as well as with regulatory bodies as well, in order to ensure the responsible and safe use as well, of course, as generative AI, which we touched on a little earlier as well.
Sure, look, this is a space where collaboration is really important because nobody knows exactly what the path forward is going to be like. And the only way you can figure it out is by getting your hands dirty, working with other people, and trying different things with the right guardrails to make sure that those things that you try don't have unintended consequences, right? And when I think about this, I see companies right now doing a couple of things. Some of them are very excited because the C-suite has played around with ChatGPT and wants to figure out how can they make this relevant for their company. Some of them are nervous about the regulatory side and think they can't do it, especially in this region because of whether it's data sovereignty laws or questions about cloud or things like this. But my encouragement to our clients is that this is going to fundamentally reshape in the next 10 years the way that we all interact with technology. I mean, you could even argue that maybe language will be the new user interface for everything. This is the same, we used to have DOS and then we got Windows. I mean, this is this kind of shift. We have Windows now. In the future, maybe we're literally just using language to interface. And so if you're not starting to go down that journey, as uncertain as it is and as confusing as it is and as uncertain as the regulations are and as uncertain as the technology is, if you're not starting to go down that journey, you won't be in a place where you're able to really take full advantage of it 10 years from now. And so, so collaboration is important, trying things out is important, but then I'll tell you the next step is actually the hardest one, because I do see a number of institutions in aviation, also in other industries, that are trying these things out. The next part is actually the hardest, which is going from an interesting pilot or a cool AI toy to something that you can actually roll out broad scale within your organization, and eventually, once we get some of the bugs sorted out around hallucinations, to your customers more broad scale, right, and more wide scale. And this is hard because this, a pilot you can more or less give to your technology department, your IT department, and they can figure it out. But to really scale something up takes the entire organization, takes the leadership to be fully bought in that it's a priority. And it takes a lot more than just a model or something a solution you can buy off the shelf from a technology vendor. It requires figuring out how you're going to embed it into your processes, how you're going to change how your employees work, how you're going to get their buy-in when right now they're scared about being replaced, how you're going to get their buy-in to be able to deploy it. And that's all hard because it's not a technology challenge anymore. Now it's a human challenge. Now it's a people challenge. And so just to recap, I think we all need to be getting our hands dirty. The only way we can do that is with collaboration, with regulators, with technology vendors. But that the real hard thing is then going beyond that initial pilot to something that you can actually roll out across the organization.
Isa, finally, your final question before we wrap up and give our sort of key takeaways today. Let's expand on collaboration and the regulatory sort of issues as well, and what needs to be done to sort of drive a sort of safer space in the industry.
I think the first word that comes to my mind is reusability. I think we need to be a bit sustainable there as well in terms of that this is not something that we will have to reinvent the wheel every day around, and we need to capture the, let's say, the evolution of regulatory frameworks, risk frameworks that have been introduced by multiple bodies already. Comes to my mind, for example, the National Institute of Standards in the US. They have issued a risk framework around generative AI a few months ago. We took that from Microsoft's point of view, and then we kind of added to what potentially we can put on top of that framework. We've worked closely with the UAE government on looking at the generative AI regulatory as well, and we're taking a lot of those experiences that we have accumulated from our previous interactions from other governments and the industry. And in my view, again and again, this is something that everybody is kind of required to be contributing to, because there are specific requirements that would come from the industry or come from the regional impact of how things need to be run with a certain countries or regions, and this will help shape those regulatory frameworks. And my advice at this stage would be to get ourselves exposed and immersed a little bit on those areas, because it is a kind of a good area to talk about, yet the execution on it is a little bit vague and difficult, because it's all about policies and how best to set the policies. If I look at Emirates' point of view, you will need definitely, which I know that you're working on the policy setting within the organization, whereas from Microsoft, we try to look at this at a global level, and then I think this is where we will need to be grounded as well with Emirates to how we can help bring that global view to the local view or the other way around. So I think it's a collaborative approach remains to be, and in my view, and picking on Tom's comment, like this is what will shape the future for us. So I think we need to be part of that, otherwise we don't want this future to be controlled by someone else.
Thank you so much. I wanted to get to my last question for Mr. Adel, and it's quite an important one, because as we heard earlier from Ali Dalhoul from Microsoft earlier in his keynote, that 49% of people that were surveyed are afraid that they're going to lose their jobs, and that has been, quite a theme throughout the day here today as well. So what sort of reassurance can you give the industry? And is it a matter of reskilling and upskilling the current staff that you have now? And how are you making sure that your staff are going to be tech savvy for this transformation?
I think there is no doubt there are certain jobs will become redundant and will be no longer fit for purpose or cannot be supported. We are an organization need to accept that, but we need to, at the same time, work on upskilling our workforce for a better, more rewarding jobs. There are ways and means to do that. We can just leave the staff as they are, and then later on, a couple of years ago, you say, okay, you're no longer required because you cannot do this job, because we have no choice other than to improve ourselves. And to improve ourselves, we need to address the upskilling and requalifying our employees. There are 4 pillars I would just like to close with, and that we need to think of in any companies. One is the customer, staffing, the liability or responsibility we have toward the community and the performance of the airlines or any company. The four items link to each other, and you cannot put priority on one without the others. If you do this together, you will be successful. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Sadly, we have run out of time. No time for our wrap-up, but a captivating session there. There really is no shortage of ambition. We cannot thank you enough for joining us and sharing so openly with us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our panel.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
السيدات والسادة، شكراً لحضوركم جلسات اليوم الأول من ملتقى دبي للذكاء الاصطناعي. ندعوكم لتناول الغداء وزيارة منطقة المعارض التفاعلية لاستخدامات الذكاء الاصطناعي التوليدي، بالإضافة إلى ورش العمل في منطقة 2071 في بوليفارد أبراج الإمارات. نتمنى لكم يوماً طيباً. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending the first day of the Dubai Assembly for Generative AI. Please enjoy your lunch and don't forget to visit the Generative AI activations as well as the workshops in Area 2071, Emirates Towers Boulevard. Have a nice day ahead. See you tomorrow for another AI journey.